Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our distinguished speakers and participants from across the globe. We will begin this conference in approximately 5 minutes ahead. While we wait, please ensure your display name follows our format, that is presenter or participant, and it is followed by your full name. We also kindly remind you to keep your microphones muted unless invited to speak. And we encourage you to turn on your cameras to foster a more engaging atmosphere. Thank you so much. To our distinguished keynote speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Conference on Multidisciplinary Engagement or INCOME 2026. With the theme Advancing Sustainable Development Goals through Multidisciplinary Innovation and Collaboration. We are thrilled to host this global gathering virtually today on April 15th, 2026. This conference is organized by Gerakan Edukasi and Astalafia, aimed at bridging various disciplines to create impactful solutions for our sustainable future. To start our program today, let us begin by reciting a prayer according to your respective faiths or having a moment of silence so that this event may run smoothly and benefit us all. Praying begins. Praying ends. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next agenda, I would like to invite the conference chairperson, but before that, let us sit in our best position to sing our Indonesian national anthem called Indonesia Raya. Okay, thank you so much for singing our Indonesian anthem together. Now, we would begin this event by having the opening speech of our Chief of Income 2026 to Mr. Dr. Muhammad Ibnu Soleh MPBI. The virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and this Yupon Asal, Honorable Keynote Speaker, esteemed scholar, respected teacher, educator, practitioner, and distinguished participant from across all the world. The first and foremost, let us express our deeps credit to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, uh, His awarded blessing and grace, which have enabled us to gather in this meaningful academic forum, the first international conference on multidisciplinary engagement 2026, organized by Gerakan Edukasi and Salafia. Secondly, may peace, blessing by upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his combination, and all those follow his path until the end of the time. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our highest appreciation to warmest welcome to keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Hab Ilekoloso from Yaroslav Mudry National University, Ukraine, Professor Dr. Iram Gambir Singh from Manipur University, India, Profesor Dr. Mukibat Emagi from UIN Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo Indonesia, Dr. Nur Atika binti Atan MSc from University Sains Islam Malaysia, Muhammad Arif Rahman Hakim PhD from the Ohio State University United States, and Dr. Muhammad Ramadan Abdullah Muhammad PhD from South Philly University. Your presence is a great honor for us, and we certainly appreciate for your valuable contribution, global perspective, which will enrich the discussion throughout this international conference. We will also like express our deep gratitude to and the reviewer and partner who have contributed to the successful organization of this international conference event. Our special appreciation to entire organizing committee, technical team, and all support parties for this hard work in making this conference possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is organized respond increasingly complex global challenge, particularly this related the sustainable development goals. Addressing this challenge it's not only prioritized within individual discipline, but also strong, innovative, and sustainable multidisciplinary collaboration under them advancing sustainable development goal through multidiscipline innovation and collaboration. Income 2026 is expected to serve as strategic platform from exchanging idea, disseminating research finding, and pressing collaborative work that generate meaningful and sustainable impact for society. We hope this forum will not only inspire academic discourse, but also inspire conscious action toward inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development. So, in closing, we hope our participants will gain valuable insights, meaningful experience, and opportunity for impactful collaboration to this international conference. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially declare the first international conference on multidisciplinary engagement 2026 open. Thank you for your attention. I think enough for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I return the session to moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. for those inspiring opening words. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the most anticipated part of our conference, the keynote session. We are honored to be joined by six wonderful scholars from across the world who will share their insight on multidisciplinary engagement. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers. The first one, Professor Dr. Hab Ilya Kolosov from Yaroslav Mudry National Law University, Ukraine. Hello. Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. And then number 2 is Professor Dr. Iram Gambhir Singh from Manipur University, India.
Good
Hello.
morning, namaskar.
Okay, good morning, sir. Okay. And then Professor Dr. Muhibat MAG from UIN Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo, Indonesia. Good morning, selamat pagi, Bapak. And next, Dr. Nur Atika Binti Atan from School of Healthcare Management, KPG Healthcare University. Next, Mr. Arif Rahman Hakim, PhD, from the Ohio State University, United States of America. And lastly,
Hi, good morning.
hello. Okay. And lastly, we have Dr. Muhammad Rahmat Ramadan Abdullah Muhammad from South Valley University, Egypt. Hello, mister. So to lead this session, I would like to hand over the virtual stage as moderator. My name is Maharani Kristanti. I am from Blitar, East Java, Indonesia. And then, without further ado, let us welcome the wonderful speech from Mr. Professor Dr. Iram Gambhir Singh from Manipur University, India, Educational Research and Policy, with the title Indian Traditional Knowledge, or IKS, in the New Education Policy 2020. For the Honorable Mr. Professor Gambhir Singh, the virtual stage is yours.
Welcome, everyone, and dignitaries, organizers, keynote speakers from different countries. In fact, it's a kind of opportunity for me from the easternmost corner of India. This multidisciplinary, innovative, and collaboration for sustainable development for global peace to be incorporated in the syllabus, in the curriculum, is going to be an interesting for all of us, so that whenever it comes to the question of sustainable development goal, we can think about possible exchanges by physical as well as online, and pray for a peace in the globe, so that all the countries, all the participants, all the communities, irrespective of religious beliefs, can grow and live in peace. And my prayer for the peaceful world. In India, I'm sorry I'm unable to share the PPT which I have prepared, but then because of some technical problem with me, however, the participants and the resource persons will bear with me, so that we can share when it comes to the kind of, publication period. So this is the kind of request, and I hope all of you will excuse me for this. In India, we have started called New Education Policy. And New Education Policy enshrines different innovative interdisciplinary approach in the education system. Particularly, the proposal comes from 2002 as New Education Policy 2020. And today, I would like to focus on the practices of the indigenous people. Like when it comes to the question of Indonesia, Philippines, there are a lot of different islands and different practices, which in fact has not been properly included in the global curriculum framework. So we hope the kind of proposition should come from the really practicing, beneficial, useful for global peace, at the same time to understand and appreciate each ethnic community's indigenous practices, which in fact may solve different problems in the globe. As such, aligning this kind of possibilities, keeping in mind about the UNDP's Sustainable Development Goal. So, Indian traditional knowledge is very rich, particularly for us in the northeastern part of India. And this will enable us to incorporate and understand among the other Indians also. There are many beautiful practices in India, and these practices are called Indian knowledge system, which the government have started creating a ministry, separate ministry under the education department, education, and Indian knowledge system has been playing an important role very recently. And this is a very new phenomena in Indian education system. All the colleges and universities have been asked by the University Grants Commission to have a separate cell called Indian Knowledge System. And under this, many interdisciplinary approaches have emerged. Physics, chemistry, environmental science, culture, art, language, and whatnot. So, starting from Vedic literature to the Vedas and Upanishads, where India has been properly known all over the globe, is already implemented. Though the speed and progress of implementation is expected to be in the proper speed, yet we can understand the objective of the IKS is to aim and support, facilitate further research to solve contemporary societal issues. Now, when it comes to the contemporary societal issues, let us look at global phenomena. The kind of war which is going on between US led supported by Israel and Iran because of the possession of power and economy. So, like how we can bring peace and solution, it can be included in our education system. Prayer brings us peace. You may be, uh, you may worship Allah, Christian, Hindu, Jainism, Shintoism, whatever belief you follow, all the religious belief spread peace. And without peace, we can never have a peace, a healthy person. In order to achieve to become a healthy person, we believe thus the holistic health, psychology, neuroscience, nature, environment is closely linked and has been playing a vital role for the sustainable development goal. Therefore, the primary aim of drawing from the past and integrating of this indigenous or Indian knowledge system is to solve the contemporary problem, to avoid the differences and to appreciate the differences. This we call the Indian view, known as Bharatiya Drishti. So the vision is to promote interdisciplinary research on all aspects of Indian knowledge system, preserve and disseminate. Unless we include our own practices in our education system, what kind of benefit we get? Therefore, in India, with the implementation of NEP 2020, we have started translating all the knowledges into regional and local languages as the language division is being strengthened. So, Indian knowledge system for further research and societal applications become viable and more approachable. Therefore, the subject under Indian knowledge system is quite varied. Whatever we have been practicing since ancient period, which almost all of us in this modern age seem to forgot, is now coming back in our real life. Therefore, believing in God, whatever religion you adopt, like how Quran has been supporting in the process of peace and maintaining moral, to have a strong mind to a strong body. All the religious, may it be Christian or Hindu, promote belief in religious practices. Therefore, the kind of the kind of belief should sustain.
Maybe some technical difficulties. Dear Mrs. Christianity, maybe some technical
Yes.
difficulties.
Maybe
I
there
don't
is.
hear. I don't hear the reporter. I don't hear the reporter.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mister. It seems that Mr. Iram has an internet issue. That's why we can wait for a while to wait for him to be back with us. Okay. Maybe we can wait for 3 minutes again to see whether he can be back here or not due to the internet problem. Dear audience, we are still calling Mr. Iram. Hopefully, we can reach him. If we cannot reach him because of the technical issue or internet problem, we can continue to another or next speaker. So please kindly wait for a while, maybe around 3 minutes. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible now. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Mr.
See,
Your voice is so
sorry,
clear. No problem. Yeah, no problem, Mr.
there was a kind of disruption here because of the rain
Okay.
and thunder.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, I would like to complete as early as possible because we have other speakers.
Yes.
Let us try to maintain the time.
Yes.
So to conclude, I mean, we have different practices. I have already shared the presentation to the organizer. So we have a lot of practices in India, which in fact make us strong. There are unbelievable achievements among the villagers to protect from the rain and during the thunderstorm, which is right now taking place in northeast part of India. As a result, we have been facing the experience of natural disaster. Even when we look at the agricultural sector, landslide, in order to control the landslide, ancient wisdom advised us to plant bamboos and other trees before the advancement of science and technology. But in many rural areas, it is taking place. And similarly, more integrating about our discipline in this age of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, we came to know about lot of proverbs and tales so that our literature is rich. So I won't take much time, and I would like to conclude as the internet is not very, connectivity is not good, it's fluctuating. However, I would like to thank the organizer for connecting to other countries. And though this is a humble beginning and it has an immense value and importance to me. And I would like to invite you to northeast part of India whenever possibilities arises. We will try to give you the support in terms of local logistics and other possible, though we don't have right now the enough funding to give you the airfares, but the local hospitality and other kind of sightseeing or whatever to visit the villages, which has been shown. Which should have been shown in the slides, and I hope the organizer will share the slides later on so that we can understand what is Northeast India and the process for peace and development for all the religious beliefs and faith is fulfilled. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's really a highlight that is really memorable, amazing, and wonderful. Thank you, Prof. Iram, for highlighting the vital role of traditional knowledge in modern educational policy. So guys, if you have any question related to the previous speaker, you may type on our chat box. And we also remind that every speaker has a strict time that is 15 minutes to deliver his wonderful speech. And now we can move to our second speaker. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhibat MAG from UIN Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo. The professor will present on the role of Islamic education in promoting the Sustainable Development Goals through multidisciplinary innovation and global collaboration. Dear Professor Muhibat, the honorable floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Yang saya hormati panitia penyelenggara konferen ini yang luar biasa. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Yang saya hormati Keynote speech Profesor Dr. Iram Said. Kemudian saya hormati juga ada Dr. Nuratika binti Atan dari Utasain Malaysia. Kemudian ada yang saya hormati Arif Rahman Hakim, PhD dari Ohio USA. Ada Profesor Dr. Hab Lilia Kolosov, PhD dari Ukraina. Dan ada juga Dr. Muhammad Ramadan Abdullah Muhammad, PhD dari Egypt. Dan semua para akademisi, peneliti, dan peserta konferen yang luar biasa. Pertama, tentu saja marilah kita panjatkan puja dan bersyukur Allah SWT, karena atas rahmatnya kita semua dapat berkumpul di lewat ruang Zoom ini dalam forum yang luar biasa, forum International Conference on Multidisciplinary Engagement yang tahun 2026. Kemudian saya kira ini suatu anugerah ya, kita bisa bertemu dalam lintas negara dan lintas perguruan tinggi dan lintas komunitas barangkali. Ini semata-mata karena kita mendapatkan kenikmatan yang luar biasa dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Itu mudah ada salat dan salam dilimpahkan kepada Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Selanjutnya pada dalam kesempatan ini saya dari UIN Ponorogo mungkin boleh memperkenalkan diri. Ini saya adalah sehari-hari dosen di Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan di UIN Ponorogo di satu daerah di Jawa Timur di Ponorogo. Saya kira sudah ada yang tahu ya. Merasa sangat terhormat dan sangat bangga bisa menjadi bagian dari konferensi yang luar biasa ini. Untuk itu sedikit yang ingin sampaikan menyambung dari keynote speaker yang pertama tadi. Judul saya adalah peran pendidikan Islam dalam mendorong SDGs melalui inovasi multidisipliner dan kolaborasi global. Kenapa SDGs? SDGs itu saat ini menjadi tolak ukur keberhasilan program apa saja. Walaupun ada beberapa pengamat mengatakan ini adalah program dari kelompok sebelah ya, tapi dengan ukuran-ukuran dengan indikator yang sering kita dengar dalam berbagai macam program, nampaknya SDGs itu lebih rasional dan bagaimana mengangkat kemanusiaan ini dalam konteks pendidikan menjadi lebih humanis. Karena aspek kemanusiaan yang ada dalam diri kita itu nampaknya akan diangkat dan bagaimana itu dikembangkan melalui program SDGs ini. Maka pendidikan Islam sebagai identitas yang luar biasa itu juga menjadi bagian penting bagaimana diarahkan di dalam konteks pembangunan yang berkelanjutan ini. Bahkan tema-tema riset di sekarang ini, kalau itu ada nuansa SDGs-nya, maka perlu menjadi perhatian khusus. Para peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, kenapa demikian? Karena dunia saat ini menghadapi tantangan yang kompleks menurut saya, yang sering kita dengar ada perubahan iklim, ada ketimpangan, ya, ada krisis yang terbaru, ada krisis energi, ada krisis keamanan, kemudian ada disrupsi teknologi. Maka SDGs ini hadir sebagai komitmen global untuk menciptakan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Karena apa yang kita tempati, apa yang kita nikmati saat ini adalah harus kita teruskan kepada anak cucu kita. Maka pertanyaannya, bagaimana peran pendidikan Islam menjawab tantangan itu? Apakah saat ini pendidikan Islam itu sudah care sama perubahan iklim? Care sama ketimpangan-ketimpangan yang terjadi di masyarakat? Bahkan saat ini diskusi di netizen sudah sangat luar biasa. Hampir ada polarisasi. Setiap pernyataan-pernyataan pimpinan atau pejabat selalu ada komen, baik yang negatif maupun positif. Ini bagaimana pendidikan Islam itu menjawab hal-hal yang seperti itu? Sejatinya pendidikan Islam itu tidak hanya mentransfer ilmu, dan ini sudah diakui, tetapi juga membentuk karakter. Ini yang menjadi ciri khas ya. Bagaimana Islam itu lebih pada karakter, dan ini sesuai dengan bahwa Nabi itu diutus itu hanya untuk memperbaiki akhlak. Jadi akhlak itu nomor pertama, nomor wahid, number one di dalam konteks pendidikan. Baru itu nanti skill dan lain sebagainya. Karena faktanya bahwa skill yang tinggi, IQ yang tinggi, kalau tidak diikuti dengan akhlak karakter ya itu ya, yang terjadi adalah distorsi-distorsi. Mungkin saat ini kita bisa melihat ya, negara yang kuat, yang punya senjata, apa yang dikedepankan? Itu justru mempertontonkan kekuatan mereka. Yang itu berbeda sekali dengan karakter yang selama ini diusung oleh setiap agama. Jadi jadi konteksnya pendidikan itu adalah membentuk karakter dan peradaban. Kalau dalam Islam ada konsep tarbiyah, ada taklim dan takdib. Jadi tiga hal ini sebenarnya punya epistemologi yang hampir sama, tapi goalnya itu adalah berbeda-beda. Nilai-nilai seperti tauhid, keadilan, ihsan dan masalah selaras dengan prinsip-prinsip SDGs. Jadi sebenarnya kalau ada selama ini orang mempertentangkan ya SDGs itu adalah proyek-proyek sana itu sebenarnya enggak. Kalau kita kaji lebih dalam, keadilan, ihsan, perbaikan, kemaslahatan bersama, kesalahan sosial itu adalah sangat sesuai dengan prinsip-prinsip SDGs. Misal tauhid yang diajarkan dalam agama Islam itu mengajarkan tanggung jawab sebagai khalifah. Bagaimana kita ini di bumi, apakah sebagai perusak atau sebagai apa? Atau pencinta damai itu, tauhid mengajarkan kita itu harus bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang ada di bumi ini. Sementara keadilan dan kemaslahatan mendukung kerja masyarakat yang inklusif dan damai. Dan ini saya kira semua teori pendidikan dari manapun pasti akan mengaku dan mengiyakan. Bahkan teologi agama pun itu juga mengiyakan. Maka sekarang ini muncul yang namanya ada ekoteologi Islam, ada ekoteologi Kristen, ada teologi yang lain, semuanya punya. Bagaimana pemahaman kita tentang alam. Maka untuk menjawab tantangan zaman terdepan, pendidikan saya perlu mengadopsi inovasi multidisipliner. Tidak ada monodisiplin, tapi multidisipliner. Berbagai macam pandang perspektif keilmuan berkembang di dalam dunia ini harus menjadi bagian dari pengembangan pendidikan. Supaya kita tidak hanya satu fokus pada keahlian, tapi juga ada keahlian-keahlian tertentu yang itu perlu menjadi bagian. Nah, UIN, nah itu salah satunya ingin mewujudkan bagaimana multidisiplin terjadi. Maka di UIN itu ada beberapa prodi yang di situ tidak hanya agama. Apalagi kalau UIN-UIN yang sudah itu adalah ada sains, ada teknologi dan ada keislaman juga. Memang kalau kita melihat di negara lain yang misal Malaysia atau Arab Saudi ya, atau King Saud University dan sebagainya itu mereka nama universitas itu di bawahnya itu juga masuk fakultas agama, ada jadi satu. Jadi kita itu kan lembaga tersendiri karena kita ada di komputer antara Kemenak dengan eh, di dikti sehingga Kemenak itu ada yang pendidikan tinggi di bawah Kemenak itu juga mencoba masukkan apa itu sains dan teknologi di dalam pengembangannya. Dan ini tidak bisa kita hindari karena user daripada UIN itu sekarang sudah sangat menyebar sehingga bagi orang masyarakat yang menginginkan anaknya pintar agama juga pintar teknologi maka ini ya tempatnya ada di yang di UIN. Sehingga pemanfaatan teknologi digital serta pengembangan konsep green education itu ya seperti eko pesantren menjadi langkah nyata menuju keberlanjutan ini. Maka di kami ada program yang namanya ekoteologi. Ada pojok baca ekoteologi. Ada klaster-klaster pendidikan, klaster-klaster riset yaitu ekoteologi. Bahkan tadi malam dari direktur Didiktis itu menyampaikan amanat tolong PT KIN itu memberikan perhatian terhadap astaprotas. Apa itu salah satunya adalah pembangunan berkelanjutan, salah satunya adalah ekoteologi. Nah, ini harus dirubah, ini harus diarahkan. Selain inovasi, kolaborasi juga menjadi kunci. Nah, ini saya kira tempat yang sangat pas ya. Jadi antar berbagai macam dari kampus dan para pakar dari berbagai negara yang luar biasa itu kolaborasi menjadi sesuatu yang tidak bisa kita hindarkan. Kemitraan lintas sektor dan negara perlu diperkuat melalui riset bersama. Pertukaran pelajar dan pemberdayaan masyarakat itu sudah menjadi agenda-agenda kita supaya kita tidak fokus pada satu disiplin, tapi kita harus multidisipliner. Namun tantangan seperti dikotomi ilmu dan keterbatasan teknologi harus diatasi melalui reformasi kurikulum. Tadi sudah juga disampaikan dan peningkatan kapasitas SDM-nya. Ini memang masih menjadi tantangan kita. Maka saat ini kami di Menporogo sedang melakukan kegiatan peninjauan kurikulum untuk menyesuaikan dari asta prioritas daripada pemerintah. Karena sudah 4 tahun. Maka dalam forum inilah menurut saya forum yang sangat tepat ya untuk mendiskusikan dan memberikan jalan keluar tantangan-tantangan tersebut sehingga nanti menjadi clear ya apa yang harus kita lakukan sebagai lembaga yang ada di Indonesia ini. Tidak hanya terfokus pada satu bidang, tapi juga ada sentuhan-sentuhan multidisipliner termasuk teknologi, kemudian sains dan lain sebagainya. Itu mungkin yang sangat penting kita harapkan sehingga nanti ada rekomendasi ya berkelanjutan bagaimana makalah-makalah yang akan dipresentasikan atau pendapat dari para keynote speaker yang akan nanti menyampaikan itu bisa menjadi policy brief yang bermanfaat bagi pengembangan pembangunan yang berkelanjutan. Untuk itu sebagai penutup saya kira pendidikan Islam memiliki potensi besar dalam mendorong pencapaian SDGs ini. Dengan nilai inovasi dan kolaborasi kita dapat membangun masa depan yang lebih baik sehingga kerusakan, distorsi baik dalam bumi maupun di lautan maupun itu bisa kita hindari seminimal mungkin apabila kita punya pemahaman yang sama terkait bagaimana pendidikan, pembangunan hidup ini yang bisa berkelanjutan sehingga tidak menganggap bahwa hanya era kita inilah yang kita selesaikan, tapi era-era selanjutnya itu juga perlu kita pikirkan, tidak
a more holistic and multidisciplinary approach, which brings together leadership, innovation, ethical foundation, and cross-sector collaborations. By integrating all these elements, we can move beyond fragmented solution and build a sustainable healthcare system that is not only efficient but also resilient, inclusive, and responsive. What I want to emphasize here, okay, so sustainability in healthcare is not only about the system, but we want to
Maybe some technical problems again occurs.
Yes. Dr. Atika, can you continue your presentation or you still have some issues related to your internet connection? Wait. Hello, Dr. Atika. Is everything okay? It seems here that you suddenly stopped. Please, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting a while for Dr. Atika to give confirmation, you may, what is that? You may type your questions on our chat box so that we can discuss it later. Please bear with us in a moment. We are still trying to call Dr. Atika.
Already in now.
Hello, Dr. Atika. Welcome back. Is everything okay?
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. It's disconnected just now. Okay. So
Okay.
can I proceed with the
Yes.
can I proceed with the third slide?
Yes, please.
My
Thank you.
third slide. Okay. Move next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So I would like to talk about the inequality and system vulnerability. When we discuss actually about sustainability, especially in healthcare setting, it's often framed in environmental terms. However, sustainability must also be understood through the lens of economic resilience and social equality. The fundamental questions that we must ask for these topics is, are our healthcare system sustainable for everyone, or do they unintentionally leave certain population behind? Across many countries, significant disparities persist in access to healthcare services. Vulnerable population, particularly those in rural areas, low-income communities, and marginalized groups often face multiple barriers, including limited financial resources, inadequate infrastructure, and gaps in healthcare literacy. While advancement in digital health, such as AI-driven diagnostic, the teleconsultation, have improved efficiency and expanded access in some settings. These benefits are not always evenly, however, not always evenly distributed. Communities with limited connectivity, digital skills, or technological access risk being further excluded. And these have been proved by the global evidence, including reports from the WHO, continues to highlight that inequitable access to healthcare remains one of the most critical challenges in achieving universal health coverage. This underscores a deeper structural vulnerability within our system where progress in innovation and efficiency does not automatically translate into fairness and inclusive. Ultimately, this challenge of sustainable healthcare is not only about improving the system, but about ensuring that these systems are resilient, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of all segments of the society, particularly those who are most at risk of being left behind. And I would like to bring up the Islamic social finance as a solution, where from an Islamic perspective, this tension and vulnerabilities can be addressed through the framework of Maqasid Sharia, which provide a comprehensive ethical foundations for sustainable and inclusive development. The Maqasid has emphasized the prevention of nafs, protection of wealth, safeguarding of intellect, and the promotion of dignity and well-being. And these are not merely philosophical ideas, but practical principles that guide us to design a system that are both efficient and just. The Quran has provided us a clear foundation for these truths and do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption. Surah Al-Baqarah 2 ayat 60. The concept of fasad or corruption extend beyond environmental harm to include economic injustice, mismanagement of sources, inequality, access to service, and systematic inefficiencies. In the context of healthcare, fasad may manifest in the form of unaffordable treatment, unequal distribution of service, lack of accountability, and systems that fail to protect the most vulnerable. Such conditions stand in direct contradiction to the Maqasid objective of preserving life and ensuring justice in resource allocation. Therefore, in addressing this challenge through Islamic social finance instrument, especially Wakaf, it offers a powerful and practical pathway forward. Wakaf as a form of perpetual charitable endowment has actually historically played a significant role in supporting the healthcare services, education, and social welfare across Muslim societies. Through mobilizing community-based resources and abandoning long-term sustainability, I believe that wakaf-based healthcare models can help to reduce financial barriers, expand access, and ensure the continuity of the care, especially for the undeserved population. Beyond wakaf, other instruments such as zakat, sadaqah can also be strategically integrated to support preventive care, subsidize the treatment, and strengthen the social protection mechanism within the healthcare system. As Rasulullah SAW emphasized this social responsibility in the hadith, the best of people are those who are most beneficial to others. And this principle is actually reinforced that the sustainability must be measured not only by financial performance but also by societal impact. In healthcare, this call for systems that are inclusive, accessible, and responsive to the community needs. However, translating these principles into practice require confronting several pressing realities. Rising healthcare costs continue to outpace income growth, placing financial strain on households and limited time access to care. The rapid expansion of digital health technologies introduce new and ethical and governance challenge, including data privacy, algorithm bias, and accountability. And at the same time, with the aging population issues, it's demand a shift towards more integrated, long-term, and patient-centered care models. And this challenge cannot be addressed through technical solution alone. They are required ethical leaderships, innovative financing mechanism, and a system-wide commitment to equity. Leadership, especially, is the critical bridge that connects this idea to action in the face of growing vulnerabilities, whether from pandemics, economic pressure, or geopolitical disruption. We need leaders who are not only technical competent but also ethical grounded and socially responsible. Leaders who can translate multidisciplinary knowledge into coordinated action, will apply system thinking and balance efficiency with equity. In healthcare, this means moving beyond fragmented and reactive approach towards the value-based, patient-centered, and inclusive system of healthcare. It also requires strengthening governance, enhancing accountability, and cultivating a culture of innovation that serves both present and future generation. As we move forward, the integration of Maqasid principle and the Islamic social finance must go beyond the theoretical discourse. It must be operationalized through leaderships, institutional practice, and policy innovations. By leveraging instruments such as wakaf and other social instrument alongside with the strategic management and technological advancement, I believe that we can develop healthcare models that are financially sustainable, social inclusive, and ethically grounded. And this will reflect a broader vision of sustainability, not merely sustaining system, but also in sustaining the human dignity, justice, and collective well-being. In conclusions, as we reflect on the themes, advancing sustainable development goals through multidisciplinary innovation and collaboration, we are reminded that true progress lies not on the innovations, but the integration of ethics, leaderships, and shared responsibility. By aligning Maqasid al-Sharia and Islamic social finance, we can build healthcare systems that are not only efficient but also compassionate, resilient, and equitable. As the Quran reminds, indeed Allah commands justice, excellence, and giving to relative and forbid immorality, bad conduct, and oppressions. Surah An-Nahl, ayat, ayat 19. May this serve as the guiding principle for all of us as we strive to create systems that uphold these elements, especially justice, to promote well-being and leave no one behind. Thank you very much for, that's all for today.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Atika, for that profound look into Makassar-based impacts on healthcare and the economy. Next, we have Mr. Arif Rahman Hakim, PhD from the Ohio State University, USA. He will be discussing a very relevant topic too, called Free Nutritious Meal Program for School Students in Indonesia, learning from the Interconnected Human Resource Development and Food Security Program in the US. Dr. Arif, the stage is yours.
Hello, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, you are audible clearly.
Okay, all right, let me share my screen first. Wait, I think I cannot share my screen because I think you have to make me as a co-host first, then I can share my screen because I cannot find, the button to share my screen. But I don't know, what do you think?
Okay, so our committee is still working to help
All right.
you.
Okay.
Just wait a moment. Anyway, Mr. Arif, do you now live in USA?
Yep.
Wow, that's really wonderful. Which part of USA, may I know it?
I live in Columbus now in Ohio State.
Ohio State, wow. Hopefully we can go there someday.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so can you see our screen?
And how about my screen? Can you see my slide?
Yes, it is visible from here, so you may start.
Okay. Right, I think it's gonna be nice here. Okay, let me start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. It's such an honor. And thank you very much for this great opportunity. First of all, I would like to give you a warm greeting from Columbus, Ohio, United States of America. And very proud can be part of this great conference. The name of this conference is the first international conference on multidisciplinary engagement, or INCOME 2026. Honorable Mr. Muhammad Ibnu, he gave me the invitation, and it's very honor to me to be here, and all of distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna give some topic for discussion. The title of my topic presentation is Free Nutritious Meal Program for School Students in Indonesia, learning from the Interconnected Human Resource Development and Food Security Program in the US. I think in Indonesia, this topic is quite happening now, currently, because it's whatever it's positive or negative, but I think in academic some academic forum in Indonesia, some of my colleagues also talking about this topic. And what I'm going to do in this presentation is I'll try to give my perspective from US and how to make some connection between that program in Indonesia, and also how what kind of things that we can learn from the similar program in the US. Okay, let me start. Actually, I have some video here, but I'm not sure I can play it here in the virtual meeting. But let me start from the background and the rationale of this topic. The first thing that we need to know about many Indonesian students face malnutrition and food insecurity. This is based on some research, also some articles in media, which threatens to impact learning outcomes and decreases the quality of human resources. Then the president of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, launched Indonesia's free meal program, or called Makan Bergizi Gratis (MBG) program in January 2025, after he elected as the president of Republic Indonesia. This is also one of his, big program in his campaign previously. So after he elected, elected as a president, he immediately launched this program as one of the big program in his, as a president of Republic of Indonesia. So the aim of this program, he said that to fight stunting and malnutrition in children and pregnant women. Then the program aims to provide meals to nearly 90 million people by 2026, but it has faced significant challenges in the first year implementation, especially including food safety issues and slow rollout in its initial stages. As we know that in Indonesia, there are more than 240 million people living in Indonesia, and also, as well as outside of Indonesia, including me. So 90 million people is a big number. So some of the media also said that this is very big program. So it's not only will be solved in 1 or 2 years only, but it's going to be a long time, until 2029, they said. And the next one, what is the connection with the US that I'm going to bring to this discussion? The US has a similar program. The name of the program is National School Lunch Program, or called NSLP. This program also, started since 1946, and successfully link education, nutrition, and agriculture. So the program is have some connection with some other part of program in the US. Then learning from these models, I think Indonesia, or it can help Indonesia design a more effective school meal system. So we're gonna see what is some connection, that what things that we can learn from this program. Then how about the problem statement of this, this discussion? So the first things that I can say is kind of the problem, and I also got it from some research articles about Indonesia doesn't have fully integrated national school food policy into a single comprehensive program, as in with the new free meal program, or call it as a MBG, which launched in January 2025, and is still facing major challenges in the first year implementation. I got it from New York Times 2025. And we can see, based on some a survey, 66% of people still give negative response about this program in Indonesia, and 18% give positive feedback, and the other one, 16% give a neutral response. So it indicated that more than 50% of Indonesian people still think and give some negative feedback about this program. It's a big problem, I think, for President Prabowo Subianto and the team, especially who concerned with this program. And there is a need for sustainable in an intersectoral approach connecting education, health, and agriculture. And next one about next problem, widespread food poisoning outbreaks caused by poor food safety, lack of proper oversight, inadequate infrastructure. Yeah, so we got a lot of problem in this program, especially in the first year implementation of this program. I think like poisoning issues is also happen not only in one area but also in some areas because of some issues included using expired and contaminated ingredients, poor hygiene and in kitchens, untrained staff, and exacerbated by a lack of centralized monitoring system, rush, nationwide rollout, then also political interference and lack of regulatory framework also contributed to the program's initial failures. So some of demonstrants also make MBG that should be makan bergizi gratis or free meals program to be makan beracun gratis or free poisoning food. So yeah, this is kind of their innovation on sometime to be meme in about this program. So the objective of study. I'm going to bring main objective of this study is to analyze and adapt the key components and best practices of the United States Food and Agriculture Security Programs, such as the National School Lunch Program or NSLP, to develop a sustainable and effective free nutritious meal program or Makan Bergizi Gratis MBG in Indonesia for school students in Indonesia. So you can see the pictures in my slide. This is the visualization how national school lunch program in the US happen. Or sometimes we can see this condition in some Hollywood movie. So this is also real happening in the US. They take the food by themselves. Students they have to go in line, then they choose the food by themselves. And this is also not for the lunch, but also the breakfast. They have a free breakfast in the school. Because I also have a daughters in the US, and they goes to school, and because our home is quite far from the school, so my daughters need to get the bus. The bus also free, yellow bus in the US. Then because they don't have much of time to do a breakfast, so we have to prepare the breakfast. Then they just take the lunch in the school. And okay, we're going to talk about that later at the end of this presentation. Okay, then how about the key lessons of the National School Lunch Program implementation in the US? Number one is interagency collaboration between education, agriculture, and health sectors. So agriculture and health sectors have a big impact to do, to support this program. So this is not only about, Department of Education and also some, support from states, because every state in the United States will be different. They have a different support, they have a different concern. But for this program, for the National School Lunch Program, they will, give more effort or more support to do this. Then the agriculture and health sectors also have a big role to support this program. Then a stable funding mechanism supported by federal and local governments. So this is not only supported by the federal or the president from Washington, D.C., but also supported by local governments, for example, a city and also the state. So it's kind of different in Indonesia. This is the national program in MBG, or national or free nutritious meal program is is a national project of president. So the role of like a local governments, they just support to some aspect, but not a big role. Then number 3, nutrition standard and monitoring system to ensure food quality. So this is very important. Even when I, first time came to the US, then they presented me about this program, free lunch program to my daughters. Then they talk a lot of things. I mean, the school and the teachers, especially about the monitoring system, the food quality, and the kitchen itself is located in the school. So it's different with some, MBG or free meals program in Indonesia, that one kitchen can serve more than 50 schools in one area. In the US, they have their own kitchen in every school. So it's also the standardization of the food will be, very strict. And the, nutrition standard, even we can check the nutrition standardization of nutrition in the website. So we will know, me as the parent of my daughters in school, I can check what kind of food that my daughters will get in school in one semester from the website, like how the calories, how the, a lot of things we can check, like how many degrees that they cook the food. So it's very detailed, so we can check. And support for local farmers through local food procurement policies. So the local farmers also have big roles in this program. So this is interconnected program. So it's not stand by themselves, only one one organization or responsibilities of one minister, but all of all of the sides, they support and have some interconnection with other program or other. Okay, this is also key lesson of the International School Lunch Program in the US. We can check in Columbus, because I live in Columbus in Ohio State. So I can check in the Columbus City School, or it's like Departemen Pendidikan or educational department in the city. We can check like a food service. Then they have like a very concerned, for example, if our child have like allergies in the peanut, so we can put it in the form. Me as a Muslim, so we can write in the form that our concern is halal food. So they will provide the halal food for my daughters. Some of my friends also have a concern with vegetarian food, because they're from India, so they have very strict with that food. So the school will provide it to your children. So they're very concerned about that. And in the website too, CCS or Columbus City School, we can also check about the CCR Farm to School program. So we can check where the vegetables come from. Let's say it come from some farmers in Ohio State. So they will guarantee that the veggies are very fresh and it's coming from our local local farmers, and so on, so on. So many things that we can check in this. Even you can check by yourself if you want to see how they are very serious for this program. So do you know when I talk to ChatGPT about this program, and I put a lot of articles from the such as like from the diplomat that say that Indonesia's free meals program under fire for safety failures and governance breakdown, then I say this is the condition. Okay, this is my perspective. And what do you think, ChatGPT, about this program? And ChatGPT said that pause the program immediately for safety. But I will not to do that. So this is my proposed policy recommendation. So I will not to give a suggestion to stop this program, but I have some problem solving for this program. Number one is establish a national school feeding framework with clear funding and evaluation system. So this is not only the political, because when we hear, when we read, and when we see this program, it's still, very strong based on the political issue. So the funding should be clear, and because a lot of negative things, such as a lot of netizens also make some comparison between this program and how's the teachers' salary, then the school facilities. So yeah, the government should make it very clear, give some statement and give some proof about this. So like a funding, it's not coming from the Department of Education. So a lot of things that they can do that. Then involve local farmers and small, medium-sized enterprise in food supply chains. I think they are now going to do that because they are preparing like some, local local provider to do this program. But again, it should be clear from the political, political issues. And I think it's quite hard in Indonesia. So we have to work very hard about this. Then ensure nutrition education and community awareness. I think the nutrition education is not very concerned in this, the MBG program or free nutrition program in Indonesia. They just, as simple as that, okay, we give the food, then the student will happy, the teachers will happy, and every people will be safe. But it's not as simple as that. We have to make sure the nutrition, and the government should give education about this nutrition. I'm going to show you about this. Then the Indonesian government must design standard kitchens so that it can prepare and cook free nutritious food from each school's kitchen. It's like I mentioned previously.
Excuse me, Mr. Arif.
Yep.
I'm sorry for having your time in presenting.
Okay.
As we run out of time, so maybe you can make it fast.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna finish it as soon as possible. Thank you so much. And the Indonesian government must create strict guidelines, regulations, standard, but involving more nutrition expert, okay, not from military. And I'm gonna show you. This is some nutritious education from some kitchens in Indonesia. I got it from my friends because he's the head of a kitchen in Bogor, Indonesia. But this is not the national standardization. This is because only his innovation. Okay, so I think next the national standardization about the nutritious education should be a national standardization, not only based on the initiation of innovation from the head of the kitchen or some places in Indonesia. So because this is very important, and they have to post it in the website so the parents, the people can check the nutrition and what menu that the students will get every day. Okay, so okay, this is the conclusion. Indonesian government should focus on providing free nutritious meals for students, not only as a health initiative, but also as a strategic investment in education for future human resource development. Okay. then Indonesia should build a strong, sustainable model by adapting proven US practices to a local cultural, economic, and agricultural context. And yeah, I think that's my, oh yeah, before I close my presentation, I also would like to, promote my journal. I'm a chief editor of these journals, 2 journals. It's already indexed by Sinta 2 in Indonesia, Linguist and GPI, Jurnal Pustaka Indonesia. Please send your best paper to my journal. Contact me if you need some guidelines. So you can check my journals in website. And yeah, thank you so much. Keep in touch. Hopefully this conference will be, hopefully all of the participants at this conference can give your best presentation. And thank you so much again for giving me a very great opportunity. Keep in touch and gonna see you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. It's very wonderful presentation. We are given a very timely discussion on food security and human resource development, either in Indonesia or America. So that's why we need to know that MBG there is different from our MBG here in our country. That's really fruitful insight. So thank you, Dr. Arif. And our 5th speaker right now is Professor Dr. Hab Ilya Kalasov, PhD, from Yaroslav Mudry National Law University, Ukraine. The speaker will speak about the role of the European expert community in answering the right to life and health as fundamental human rights. Professor Kalasov, please give your nice...
Thank you.
Yes.
My warm greetings from the Ukraine.
Thank you.
The country which captured with aggressive war from the Russian Federation. And my report is some kind of continuing of report Dr. Nur Atika, because she starts this discussion about equity, sustainable healthcare. So if I can, I will continue. The Sustainable Development Goals are a call for action by all countries, poor, rich, and middle income, to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. They recognize that ending poverty must go hand in hand with strategies that build economic growth and address a range of social needs, including education, health, social protection, and job opportunities, while tackling climate change and environmental protection. There are 17 enforced United Nations goals. Among these ones, we will pay attention to goal number 3, good health and well-being. In Europe, Switzerland, with involving United States colleagues from the Los Angeles, and an influential expert association of practicing physicians and medical officials was created, the European Society of Medicine, ESMED, as global medical community supports research that solves critical health challenges. As the ESMED's Global Health Center provides work on most pressing health challenges and inequities. These focus areas are climate change, health disparities, neurodegeneration, infectious disease, vaccine misinformation, and others. There are 9 advisory committees which make up Global Health Center: Health Equity Committee, Immunization Advisory Committee, Neurodegeneration Disease Committee, Genetics and Genomics Committee, Respiratory Health Committee, Digital Health Committee, Cardiovascular Disease Committee, Committee for Surgery and Interventional Procedures, and Oncology Advisory Committee. Recently created Health Equity Committee commits to upholding healthcare as a fundamental human right through evidence-based strategies that eliminate health disparities. By bringing together diverse healthcare leaders and community advocates, this committee works to identify barriers, serves as a catalyst for organizational transformations, and provides strategic guidance and advances inclusive practices and culturally responsive care. Also, the health literacy is in the focus area of Health Equity Committee. The committee's members are their excellencies. Natalia Neperidze from the Georgia, MD, represents Yale Medicine School. Abby Keene from the United States represents Stanford University School of Medicine. Enrique Chacon-Cruz from the United States, CAO and founder of ThinkWorks Science LLC. Mariano Cida Pessoa de Silva from the Brazil, PhD, Associate Pro, represents Centro Universitário Maurício de Nassau Teresina Sul. Dale C. Alverson from the United States, MD, Professor Emeritus, affiliated with the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center. Adewale Adebajo from the United Kingdom of the Great Britain, MBE, Prof, represents University of Sheffield School of Medicine. Ilya Kolosov from the Ukraine, doctor habilitated, Prof in Poland, and PhD in law in Ukraine, affiliated with the University of Vermont and Missouri in Olsztyn, Poland, and Yaroslav Mudry National Law University, Ukraine. Immunization Advisory Committee is dedicated to strengthening immunization programs and vaccine confidence through evidence-based research, clinical guidelines, and policy advocacy. Also, the public education is in the focus area of the Immunization Advisory Committee. The committee's members are their excellencies. Lorna Gallegulis from the Chile represents McGill University. Enrique Chacon-Cruz from the United States, presented earlier. Aisha Al-Rifai from the Palestine represents Birzeit University, Ramallah. Karol Jablonowski from Poland, Children's Health Defense. Neurodegenerative Disease Committee explores the initiatives to lower the burden of neurodegenerative diseases in Europe and beyond. Its focus areas are Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, dementia, Parkinson's disease, Huntington's disease, and amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. The committee's members are their excellencies Sarah Houston from the United Kingdom, MD, Prof, represented University of Roehampton. Richie Shoemaker from the United Kingdom represents the Center of Research on Biotoxin-Associated Illnesses and Progene DX LLC. Jane Murray from the United Kingdom, MD, Prof, represents North Cumbria University, Newcastle upon Tyne. Genetics and Genomics Committee aims to advance the understanding of genetics and genomics mechanisms underlying human health through collaborative research, education, and evidence-based practice. There are inherited disease and gene therapy are in focus areas of a FOSIT committee. The committee members are their excellencies Neeraj Sharma from the United States, represent Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Olga Pandas from the Australia, lecturer, represents the University of Adelaide. Selen Nguski from the United States represents University of Pittsburgh. Respiratory Health Committee works on to enhance respiratory wellness worldwide through research, advocacy, and education. Asthma, air pollution, and smoking cessation are in the focus areas of this advisory committee. The committee's members are their excellencies Carlos Gil Ferreira from the Brazil, represents Brazilian National Cancer Institute. Patrick Arndt from the United States represents the University of Minnesota. James Rapace from the United States represents Rapace Associate Incorporated. Digital Health Committee is committed to using digital technology to improve access to care and patient outcomes. This committee is looking for its members and open to express collaboration worldwide. Cardiovascular Disease Committee aims to significantly reduce the global impact of heart disease through strategic initiatives that span prevention, treatment, and policy reform. Its focus areas are hypertension, heart failure, stroke, and arrhythmias. The committee's members are their excellencies Rino Frizzelli from Italy, represents Viadene Hospital, Italy. Nelima Kundnani from Romania represents the Victor Babish University of Medicine and Pharmacy. Samir Jamal from the United States represents the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine. Arthur G. Siegel from the United States, MD, represents the McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School. Committee for Surgery and Interventional Procedures is devoted to advanced surgical excellence and interventional techniques through collaborative innovation, continuing education, and promoting of best practices. Committee for Surgery and Interventional Procedures also is looking for its members and open to experts collaboration. At last, but not least, Oncology Advisory Committee performing against cancer mortality and improving quality of life by delivering actionable recommendations rooted on the latest scientific evidence. Patient education, hematologic malignancies, and pediatric oncology are first priority focus areas of Oncology Advisory Committee. The committee's members are Their Excellencies Luca Bertoloccini from Italy, represent the European Institute of Oncology. Alexander Tavartkiladze from Georgia represents the Tbilisi State Medical University. Arun Rishi from the United States represents Wayne State University. In general, the aforesaid committees are united around solving the global problems of medicine and healthcare, and their work involves outstanding experts from Europe, North and South America, as well as Australia. The most relevant, demanding, and difficult to resolve issues remain areas of digital medicine and surgery. Thus, the unification of the efforts of outstanding scientists, prominent practitioners and medical officials, government and business representatives from 11 countries on 4 continents is a unique feature of the role and impact of the European region in matters of achieving the global goal of the good health through systematic, high-quality scientific research, education, contacts with national, regional, and global political elites to providing relevant reforms. We also personally contribute to the high quality of scientific research by serving as editorial board member or as a reviewer for 12 specialized scientific editions worldwide. So we encourage our research colleagues to do as well as we are in the name of progress of all mankind. Thank you for your attention for this matter. Mrs. Moderator, the floor is yours again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hab Ilya Kolosov from Ukraine. That's really an incredible speech, as emphasizing the legal and ethical frameworks of human rights in health. Finally, to conclude our keynote presentation, we welcome Dr. Muhammad Ramadan Abdullah Muhammad, PhD, from South Valley University, Egypt. He will present on sustainable dyeing and finishing of cotton. Dr. Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. With you, Dr. Muhammad, my lectures is going to be in sustainable dyeing and finishing of cotton fabric. Myself, I want to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Muhammad from Egypt. Just finished my PhD in fiber and polymer science from North Carolina State University, Wilson College of Textile, USA. And now I am the principal investigator of BDFC lab in South Valley University in Egypt. At first, our motivation is the textile pollution, that textile factories consider as the second source of pollution. 20% of our fresh water pollution comes from the textile treatment and dyeing. And during our textiles mills or the manufacturing of textile use around 20,000 chemicals, which are carcinogenic and cause a lot of and like have a bad effect on our nature. So regarding this point, we are suggested to work on something is called sustainable dyeing, and this is like a small video showing how we can do that in our work. So here, as you can see in the left, this is a traditional way, is the conventional way. At first, we are using salt. Then in the second side, we can see here the treated fabric. The left side is considering the untreated fabric, the normal way, conventional way. We are using salt first, and then we add dye, and then we add the fabric, then we add alkali that to start the dyeing. And in the left, this is our using the sustainable dyeing. Only we're gonna use the dye only during the dyeing process. So let's start our video and see what will happen. As you can see in the left, he add the salt, and then in the right, we don't use anything. Then they add the fabric, the dye and the fabric. After that, they add the alkali to help the dye to go inside the fabric. After the dyeing, we can see the sustainable dyeing removed all the dye from the fabric. Around 99% of the dye comes out from the fabric, while the conventional way didn't remove all the dye from the fabric. And that's what our gaining is. We are gaining a clear dye bus, and we can see here the deepness of the dye inside the fabric using the sustainable dyeing in compared by the normal way and the conventional way. Quickly, like from the chemistry configuration like side of it, we can see here the cotton fabric when we add it to the water, it have a negative charge, and the reactive dye that we are using has also a negative charge. So to overcome the repulsion between them, they add some salt accessible to our fabric. There is by comparing between the conventional way and the sustainable way, the conventional way consumed around 142 minutes in total to reach the dyeing process, minutes in total, and also so that we have 48% saving in the process between the conventional way and the pre-treated way. We use a lot of salts, while we don't use any salt in the sustainable way. We use alkali. We don't use alkali here. We use dye. There is a dye hydrolysis, high width of the dye hydrolysis. We cannot see any high hydrolysis in our pre-treated way. We have a effluent toxicity. We have a lot in the conventional way, and we have zero. The total cycle way we have 74 minutes. As we can compare the extrusion, which means that transfer of the dye from the dye path to the fabric is have the red, which has the blue, comparing by the green and red in the sustainable way. We can see here we have almost around less than 85% in the conventional way, while here in case of the sustainable dyeing and finishing. So this is like after the dye bath or the water after we make the dyeing in the conventional way, and here's the water after we have dyeing using the sustainable way. Regarding the extrusion and the color yield, the dye deepness, we can find that we have like the color yield between 500 and in the blue color column, while in the red and the green, which represent the sustainable way, we have a very high color yield. And this can be clearly here. The K over S in the untreated way or the conventional way, the black color we can see here, while by using the pre-treated fabric and using our technology, we reach the 900, which as you can see here in the figures. Also regarding the extrusion dyeing, regarding the color fastings to crocking, in case of the pre-treated method, the untreated method, we reach it around between 4.5 and 4. In case of the control or like the untreated method, a very near color, like between 4 and 3.5 level of color fastness. the woven fabric to recover from wrinkles, we have a very high wrinkle recovery uh, results in case of the sustainable dyeing. So our fabric coming out from the treated method give a very high wrinkle recovery fabric. So it will not have any wrinkles after you dye. You all need dyeing. We don't need any ironing after dyeing. It's only the fabric will be wrinkle recovered. So easily we have a very high sustainable way, show 140 to 150 wrinkle recovery angle, and this is a very great property for the pre-treated fabric which is using sustainable method. Regarding laundry method, according the A square TC square test method, we have a very great color fastness to laundry, which means the resistance to laundry method, which we are laundering around 25 times for the fabric extreme level of the color fastness to laundry in our using sustainable dyeing. So there is no lose in the color after washing it, even till 25 times of washing. And regarding the antimicrobial finishing of the textile, our method show a very high resistance to and antimicrobial to the to according comparing by the conventional way, we can see for the gram positive and gram negative of the antimicrobial, we found that we reached 99.93 reduction in the Staphylococcus, which is gram positive bacteria, and 99.9 reduction in the Klebsiella pneumoniae in case of the sustainable dyeing. And this type of 5 heavy accelerated laundry wash is which is equal 25 times washing our fabric. We also still have a very high antimicrobial protection to our fabric. So finally, if we want to see our method is coming with the sustainable development goals, we reached the goal number 6, which is the clean water and sanitation. We achieved by total elimination of the toxic dyes, effluent, and salt runoff. While and also we reached the goal number 12, the time consumption. We achieved the great dyeing in the same time of is around we decrease the minute time to 48%. 6 and number 12 in the sustainable dye development goals. So the future of cotton is and alkali and toxic harmful from the dye bath, which will give us a very great removal from the dye bath. Unmatched efficiency that we have reached 99% of the dye extrusion and 48 time faster overall process of the dyeing process. We have a very high quality. We have deep and rich color with absolute perfect fastness score, and we have advanced protection in case of our properties, and also we have a very high wrinkle recovery, which reached 150 degree in the wrinkle recovery and the 99.9 antimicrobial defense. And we need to acknowledgement and our collaborator, South Valley University, with North Carolina State University. And this project was with the support from the U.S. Egypt Science and Technology Joint Fund with Walmart Foundation and Nike Incorporated. Thank you so much, and I hope my lecture was very clear, and hopefully that we reached the meaning of the sustainable buying and how much in our countries needing to remove or canceling the conventional way of buying and using sustainable way to reach the sustainable development goals number 6 and number 12. Thank you all and have a good day. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for that fascinating technical insight into sustainable industrial practices. Now we have reached the end of the session of the keynote speech. We have gained so much knowledge from our 6 wonderful speakers. And now it's time for Q&A. So please raise your hand or type in our chat box if you have any question to our delightful speakers. Okay. Raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen. And okay, Agustina Setianingrum. Miss Agustina Setianingrum.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Arif Hakim.
Okay.
Yeah. Referring to your first recommendation for building an evaluation system. So what kind of evaluation mechanism can be implemented in the MBG program by looking at NSLP as a case study, of course, and what indicators are used in the evaluation? That's my question. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's a really wonderful question. What about Mr. Arif? Do you want to directly answer, or we maybe collect from other participants?
Yeah, maybe we should collect from some other
Okay.
participants. Maybe they have some similar questions related to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So please, other wonderful audiences, participants, please give your questions to our 6 incredible speakers and mention your question is for whom. Raise your hand. It's a really nice time for us to discuss everything related to the topic of our conference. Or do you guys want to type to our chat box? It is also okay. So is there any additional question from other participants, please? Okay, I think while waiting for another participant to give their questions, we can answer first the question from Ms. Agustina Setianingrum related to what kind of evaluation system we can apply to our Indonesian meal program, it means MBG, reviewing our previous explanation from Mr. Arif related to NSLP in America and the ecology side of that MBG.
All right, thank you so much for wonderful questions. And yeah, talking about this issue, because this is, like I said, this is very happening quite happening in Indonesia, and even our colleagues in US also talking about this program in Indonesia. And because it's such a big program, and some of media, I mean, major media also gives their perspective about this program. Okay, related to evaluation or mechanism in evaluate this program in the US. First thing that they make a very strong collaboration with a researcher in so many areas, such as nutrition, because as I know, last year, if I'm not wrong, all right, last year, if I'm not wrong, there's some viral videos that I know this is a minister of one of important person in national who responsible with MBG program. They said that they don't need nutritious or nutrition expert in this program. So this is kind of funny things that when you talk about free nutritious meal program in Indonesia, and you don't need a nutrition expert there. So it's kind of you know, so that's why in the US National School Lunch Program, they have a lot of nutrition program, including I have some colleagues in Ohio State University. They're really concerned and also work for this program in the US. They regularly every month they visit some kitchen in school, and they work for the Department of Education or Columbus City School to give some evaluation, to check some kitchen, the nutrition, and a lot of things. They also the government also make some collaboration with universities and also some of expert about who concerned with agriculture. I have some colleagues also Indonesian postdoctoral researchers in agriculture, School of Agriculture in Ohio State University. She also helped the government to maintain the agriculture sector, who supported the National School Lunch Program. So they have a lot of mechanism and also a lot of evaluation process to do this. But so my recommendation also including that the government should recruit a lot of more researchers and also academic or universities expert to support this program. Like I said in my presentation, not only military, because as we know in this program, even I have some friends in Indonesia, they are work for this program, National School Lunch Program in Indonesia. They are from military, they have some military background. So when I asked them, how do you maintain this program, because this is related to the food and also nutrition, they just said, we got a training 1 week for to serve the food, and also we have another training 1 week in Magelang in military academy. That's a physically and military training. So they have totally 2 trainings to be a person who responsible to this program. I think that can be our evaluation after 1 year implementation program. This, in this free nutrition meal program. So a lot of things that we can evaluate. So that's why when ChatGPT said to me, we have to stop this program because for safety, I don't agree with ChatGPT. So I rather to give more, recommendation, good recommendation and positive things that we can do, I think, for our better future program for this MBG program. I think that's all. Thank you so much. If you ask me about the very specific evaluation mechanism and assessment, I think I have to do more research about that because I don't have very specific standard. I have to ask to my friends, but I think later we can talk about that later because we don't have much of time. I think I will ask Bapak Muhammad Ibnu to make some specific program or seminar to talk about this program very detailed. Thank you so much. Very appreciate.
Thanks so much, Mr. Arif. Your presentation is really interesting for us as we see the phenomenon of National Nutritious Meal Program of the government. So that's why we need to collaborate with the researcher, start from the very beginning of the program. So we do not need to neglect the roles of the experts here. Because the name of the program is Nutritious Meal Program, how could we do not input the researchers, I mean the experts in nutrition? So that's very funny, I think, yeah. As an Indonesian citizen, I also see this kind of phenomenon is quite weird, even though the international also see it. Okay, guys, I think we have some questions from the chat box. The first is from Mr. Muhammad Firmansyah. He said that he wants to ask question. So please open your mic and camera.
Thank you for the MC, Rini Krisanti. I will ask for the Mr. Prof. Lilia himself. Prof, what's your limitation research in GAP, and how can you overcome this limitation before? Because I've been asked for that from my supervision, and I'm confused to answer.
Okay, your question is addressed to?
Sorry?
Your question is for the professor? Or who is the professor? Mr. Firmansyah? Who is your questions for?
The question is for Prof. Abdelia Kolosov. Prof, the question is, what's your limitation in research, and how you overcome this limitation? Because I've been asked for that before from my supervision, and I'm confused to answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Firmansyah. Okay, so the question from Mr. Firmansyah is for Mr. Professor Dr. Abdelia Kolosov, PhD.
I don't understand what limitations talking about.
I think it is the weakness of the research, right, Mr. Firmansyah?
Right, yes, it's right, sir.
Yeah, the weakness of your research and how you overcome the weakness when you want to, when you did that research. The weakness of your research, whether this research, the obstacle or something like that, Mr.
Oh, yes. First of all, and about this, I have talking about Dr. Atan, that obstacles, regional limitations, and isolated decisions are limitations of the problem. So, in Europe, as I have said, there are another way of resolving of problems, of ensuring the right life and health. This way is the way of united the wide experts from 11 countries on 4 continents. Maybe it is a limitation. Maybe it needs more efforts to overcome the problems of ensuring the right life and health. And I agree with it. But today, it is all we can do it.
Okay, is that answer clear for you, Mr. Firmansyah?
Prof, thank you for the answer.
Maybe if I don't answer completely, I propose to Mr. Firmansyah write his question in chat, and I will re-answer or add my answer later.
Okay.
Because his network is poor. I don't hear completely what he said.
Okay. Okay. In case the Professor Kolosov did not answer your question completely, you may type your question on our chat box so that later Professor Kolosov can follow up your question. Okay. Thank you so much. And now it seems we still have one more on Zoom chat box. That is Meila. It is Miss Meila from UIN Raden Mas Said Surakarta. So please, your question. Deliver your question, please. Hello? You may open the camera, yes, and mic. Are you still here, Miss Naila? Okay, we can go to the next raised hand participants here. I saw Mr. Andi Noprizal Sahar and also Ms. Safriyah Yunus. So please, Mr. Andi first, give your question and mention to whom your question is addressed to.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for Mrs. Maharani Kristanti for
My
the
pleasure.
master ceremony.
Yes.
I'm sorry, today I'm not on this camera because the connection internet is slow.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, okay. For today, I will ask to Mr. Professor Gambir Sings. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Professor, how this strategic about India's knowledge system can be connect with local education in modern era, and give me some insight for Bali knowledge for Hindu and Islam subject. I think that will be can be new about the Bali knowledge system might be. Okay, thank you, Miss Maharani Kristanti.
My pleasure, Mr. Andi.
Okay,
Thank you so much for
okay.
the question.
Nice for the
Yes.
question.
Okay.
The queries lead to explore further, research.
Yeah.
So far, your question is concerned, the kind of conflict between Hindus and Muslims, which India used to have, is not there right now. And at the same time, the kind of, Muslims in Manipur, in my locality, they are called Pangals, right? It has a lot of historical practices and historical involvement to be explored. Right now, we live in peace and we appreciate those, Muslims we call Pangals speak the same language as we do. We call Meitei language or Manipuri language. So in terms of economy, there is no exact data till date. And in terms of literature, we have shared folklore and folk tales because the Muslims who came to Manipur, married with a local lady, and some kind of hybridity is there. Like I have heard about Indonesian practices, like Sanskrit kind of like, chanting is there. Say, for example, the moderator, her name is Maharani, right? Maharani means, queen in our
Princess.
language.
Queen.
It's an influence from Hindu. So
Yes.
like that, Hindu elements are there. And in our real life, in the building of our, agriculture, the contribution of, Muslims as Pangals are there. But we have not segregated what is their contribution, like in terms of data. Sorry for that. We need to do further research. In fact, this question will lead us to be more interdisciplinary in future. Thank you. That much I have.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Gambir Singh. I think that can be a research gap also. Yeah. This research gap can be done or conducted in the further research. Yes. Thank you. Is everything clear?
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Maharani, and thank you, Prof. Gambir Singh. That really is the answer. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I still see this Miss Sahriah Yunus from STAI DDI Majene. You may give your question right now, Miss.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Maharani Kristiani as a moderator. Okay, maybe my question especially to Mr. Arif Hakim. Yeah, who talking about MBK. Yeah. My question is actually very simple because in Indonesia there are many cases occurred about MBK program, right? And my question is especially to Mr. Arif Hakim is what the impact can space from the program MBK on student in Indonesia, like this. What the impact can we expect from the program MBK on student in Indonesia?
Okay. It is like, what is the impact can we expect from this NDG program in Indonesia, right?
Yes, right.
Okay. So, Mr. Arif, you may directly answer this question as we can move to another participant after this, Ms. Lady Sinurat.
Okay, I will respond to questions from Mrs. Sahria Yunus. Thank you so much. From STAI, the DDI Majene. Right. Actually, my parent came from Bone, South Sulawesi. So I have a Bugis blood.
From Sulawesi too. I'm in
Right.
West Sulawesi actually.
Okay, Majene is West Sulawesi, right? Okay, so the impact of the students. Actually, I just want to give some, objective or aims of the government, Indonesian government, how they make this program. Actually, they said that I have some sources who said that the aim of the Indonesian government to make this program is to as the future investment for human resource development in the future. So because they believe that nutrition meals will give a lot of impact to improve our human resource. So in this term, I agree with that because they provide a lot of data who said that future human resource will be affected based on the a nutritious meal. So the government will give good explanation about this because based on the data they provide all of some experts argument objective about this. But maybe the concern based on my presentation, the concern is about how they run this program, how they organize this program, because this is still, after 1 year implementation, it's going to be the second year, a lot of things that they need to evaluate. So that's why the simple things that I provide based on my presentation is maybe there's some some implementation things that we can learn from the US because they're quite experienced to handle the similar program. Even Japan is also have this program, but after the Second World War, they got some inspiration to do the free meals program from the US. So that's why I give some already give some recommendation policy and also how to implement some aspect about this. So if we can compare to the US after the question is it true after they implemented the National School Lunch Program in the US since 1946, the human resource index are improved. So I can, say that based on some research data, they can prove that the human resource of the index human resource of the US already improved. And one of the point that support the improvement is the National School Lunch Program and nutrition program. So that's why I think our governments also want to do that too. They would like to improve our human resource development index in the future. So that's why the President Prabowo always said that this is the future investment. We cannot enjoy the result today, now, this month, this year, but in the future. But again, the implementation, we just concerned about the implementation. There's a lot of things that we need to do, we need to evaluate, we need to fix the problem. So the conclusion is the program is good, but the implementation, like how they spare the budget, how they implemented the current one, I think the current issue is about the I don't know, is the motorcycle or the car that the government will provide to the organizer of MBG. So yeah, I think it's not a popular policy, but again, our government should learn a lot of things to implement this program. I think that's all from me. Yeah, hopefully. Maybe it's not very specific, but in general, I think I already give you some, perspective to discuss and to get some understanding about this issue. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. That really addresses the problem of Indonesia, such as, the ease of motorcycle given to the chief of SPPG and so on. So hopefully we can discuss it further in the future. And thank you so much. We now move to Ms. Lady Sinora as our last question in this keynote speaker session.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for the presentation. I have a question to Mr. Arif. Currently, many citizens are skeptical about the implementation and are calling for this program to be held due to fears of poor quality food. My question, how will the government determine the standard nutritional value for each meal, and what mechanisms are in place to monitor the quality and hygiene of the food provided, so the public no longer has reason to ask for this program to stop. Thank you. For Arif Hakim.
Yes, thank you. The different question is addressed to Mr. Arif about this very viral program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so please answer it in brief.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. So totally, I have 3 questions for today. Even when I presented this topic in Colorado State University at December last year, 2025, so I got a lot of attention from more than 300 professors in entire US about this program, my presentation. So even some professor from Stanford, from Harvard also asked me about this program very detailed. So I'm not really surprised when I, presented this topic to our audience in Indonesia. Of course, absolutely, you guys very understand about this situation. So that's why I'm not surprised that I got 3 questions in this session. Thank you so much. Now, about the standardization, right? I already presented in my slide that, and previously I also gave some opinion and policy recommendation about some nutrition expert. So for the standardization, we cannot only ask some people from military expert in Indonesia who are responsible with nutrition. Maybe some of some military department who support this program, MBG program, they have some experience and they can help in how to deliver the food, like how to organize, how to manage the food or manage the program, but not for a standardization of nutrition. In this case, we need more nutrition expert. Let's say a professor in nutrition. We have a lot of some nutrition expert from some universities in Indonesia. So the government should let them join in this program, right? So then let them cook. I mean, let them let the expert give their analysis, their maybe they have some result about their research. Then the government should adapt some policies regarding based on the research base, not only from political political talk or political opinion. What I see, I'm looking now, is our government it's more to or make some policies based on the political opinion or political talk, not only very concerned based on the research based on the nutritious or nutrition expert. And the next one, this is my recommendation policy too. The government or the okay. Okay, it sounds good, better. Then what our government Indonesia should do after that? They need to communicate to the public. They have to, give or maintains their communication. So after they got some data, some recommendation from the expert, some professors who expert in nutrition, they have to communicate to the public, to the parent, to the people. Okay, so this is also what we are seeing now. Why maybe the response of the public of Indonesia, they don't really, give some positive response to this program because of the communication. They have a lack of communication about this program. So that's why I give some example. I bring some example that in the US for the National School Lunch Program, they already put the data of the food, nutrition of the food, how many calories they have in their menu every day for school. Even we can see like the menu for one semester that our daughters or our students can get in their school, in their website. So they need, this is my suggestion, they need to adapt it. So let's say not for one semester, but maybe in every month, they can, put some, what is the menu that the students will get for this month. So they will put it in the website. So this is the vitamin, this is the calorie, this is like fat. So let's say they will provide milk every day. So what nutrition that the students will get from the milk, and another things like banana or apples. So why apples? So this is the benefit when the students, so they have to communicate it. They have to put it on the website. Or some of my friends, they make like parents group WhatsApp to communicate it. But I think that's a good idea because it's their innovation to communicate. Yeah, at least they want to communicate this program to their parents. But it's not enough. They have to communicate it to the general public too. So I think it can make this program will sounds better in the to our people in Indonesia. So when we're talking about this, I think this is the simple thing, but it's quite hard to do. So that's why we always push our government or the people who are responsible with this program to, to evaluate and adapt some positive things from other countries, including the US, to our program.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very
Thank you
wonderful
so much, Ansel.
explanation. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. I can conclude one word from that explanation: transparency. Yeah, our government must be
Absolutely correct.
transparent to all public. Yeah, I mean, not only for that region or province, but also all Indonesian people, even though they are not in the same province, can access it everywhere and every time on the website. So it is well managed, and it is like, yeah, it sounds better than now. Maybe it is about transparency. Okay, that's the last question. Wait, is it clear, Miss Lady?
Okay. However, I would like to offer a counter opinion. Many people believe that providing high nutrition alone will only make children gain weight, yeah, or become fat, gitu ya, but not necessarily healthy or strong, gitu. In my view, this program should not only focus on feeding, but must also be accompanied by education, yeah, on how to utilize that energy, such as strong physical exercise, sport, and active movement, gitu ya. Because good nutrition without physical activity will be invalid, gitu.
Yeah, it is almost useless. Yeah, yes, I do agree up to a point to Miss Lady's agreement or opinion, because yeah, good nutrition without having enough or adequate exercise will be such kind of not balanced. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Lady.
Yeah, may I give some, very short response to? Yeah, I really agree, because in my daughter's school, they not only got free lunch program, but they have a recess or a sport activity every day in their school. So if we can make comparison in Indonesia, we just have like a 1 week, a 1 day in a week program for sport class in the school. If we can make compare in the US, my daughter's is first grade of elementary school there. Here, they have a sport activity every day. So I think a lot of things, if we can, talk about this. So yeah, step by step, little by little, I think it's going to be good for our people, our program in Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's really
Thank
comprehensive
you,
discussion.
Mr. Arif.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Lady, Mr. Arif, and other speakers, and also other audiences who asked for question. Well, ladies and gentlemen, time flies when we are engaged in such high quality academic discourse. We have now reached the end of the keynote session. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of the speakers for their time and invaluable knowledge, and to the audiences for their active participation and attention. We will now move to the parallel session. We will now move to the parallel sessions where our presenters will share about their research across our 5 main scopes as listed in this program. So participants, after this, you may join our respective breakout rooms based on the schedule that you got before. And I am Maharani Kristanti, signing off as your moderator for this keynote session. I'll hand over back to the sessions that will be led by other people in parallel sessions. Wishing you all productive parallel session. Thank you and see you again.
Thank you and see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, bye everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the appreciation. I'm really honored to be part of this wonderful and first international conference. Hopefully next year it will be located in all over the world. Yeah, including Indonesia. Okay, guys, you may move to our.
Thank you, Mbak Maharani. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye everyone. Good night.
Yeah, good night, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, as we have different time zones.
we are joined by distinguished scholars and experts from various countries and academic backgrounds. We hope that these sessions will provide valuable insights and foster meaningful academic discussion. Before we begin, please allow me to briefly explain the flow of these sessions. Each keynote speakers will be given 5 minutes for their presentations, followed by 3 minutes for
Warabat Kak Rahmat Hidayat.
Baik, Kak. Apakah suara saya kedengaran nggak, Kak? Soalnya
Alright.
putus-putus
I
gitu,
can
Kak, kadang
I can hear your voice.
Baik, terima kasih ya, Kak, pertanyaan dari dari Ibu Kak Florian. Jadi dalam penelitian saya ini ya, Kak, saya tuh tidak menggunakan aturan yang Kakak sampaikan tadi gitu kan. Kami dari penelitian ini kami menyaring dan menentukan ligan mana yang memiliki sifat fisikokimia gitu, Kak, yang paling layak gitu untuk dikembangkan menjadi obat yang dapat dikonsumsi secara oral. Itu Kak, sekian dan terima kasih.
All right. Thank you very much, Kak Rahmat Hidayat, for your answer. What about Miss Prima? Can you get the point of the answer?
Okay, thank you,
All
Kak
right.
Rahmat, for your answer.
Okay. Thank you very much for the first speaker. I really appreciate of your presentation. Let's move to the next speaker, that is Mr. Sukarman Hadijaya Putra from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Mr. Sukarman, are you there?
Yeah,
Okay, I will give you 5 minutes to deliver about your presentation and you can start it. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. Today, I'd like to share our research on Nila tilapia gill meal supplementation to enhance the splenic with valve area in broiler chicken. We focus on spleen, particularly the white valve area, which plays an important role in immune response. Interestingly, we explore something that it often overlooked, tilapia gill wash. As shown in this slide, broiler chicken are a major source on animal protein due to their rapid growth and high production efficiency, reaching market weight within just 4 to 5 weeks. However, behind this expected lies a critical challenge. Broilers have low immune resistance, making them highly sensitive to environmental stress such as temperature fluctuation and poor housing condition. This condition directly affect the key immune organ and spleen, resulting in increased susceptibility to disease. Consequently, disease remaining a major concern in broiler production, leading to mortality, growth retardation, and significant economic losses in the poultry industry. Research problem, objective, and benefit. Research problem: what is the histological structure of the line of broiler chicken following treatment with tilapia gill? Objective: to determine the effective of tilapia gill meal treatment on the histological morphology of the line of broiler chicken. This is research methodology, equipment, and material. Procedure. The study was approved by the Animal Ethics Committee, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and was conducted from November 2022 to February 2023, the Sawitsari Research Station and the Laboratory of Animal Structure and Development, Universitas Gadjah Mada. A total of 200 COD, 500 broiler chick with news and allocated into 5 treatment group with 5 replicate. The bird were fed a basal diet supplemented with tilapia gill meal and different dosage level. Data were collected through growth performance observation, organ sampling, paraffin-based histological analysis, and microscopic examination. All data were analyzed using one-way ANOVA. This is my research. and discussion. The result in table 1 and figure 1 show that supplementation of Nila tilapia gill meal in broiler diet increased the wheat pulp area of the spleen doses dependent manner. Histological analysis indicate that higher NTGM concentration positively enhance splenic wheat pulp development. This effect is likely associated with the high protein content in NTGM, which promotes cellular proliferation and metabolic activity in broiler chickens. Increased dietary protein support lymphocyte proliferation and reduces apoptosis, thereby contributing to a more stable immune response. In addition, amino acid play an important role in antibody synthesis, which is essential for immune function. Consistent with previous studies, protein-rich supplementation enhance immune organ development and improve splenic histological. The increase in wheat pulp and reflects higher solution density, indicating enhanced more immune activity, including antibody production and development on memory B cell in peripheral lymphoid organ. Conclusion: 1. Nila tilapia gill meal supplementation can increase the supplement or lean size in broiler chicken, and NTGM supplementation can increase the white pulp area of the spleen in broiler chicken, thereby enhancing immune function in broiler chicken. Thank you for attention. I hope this presentation give you a fresh perspective on how small innovation can create meaningful impact. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Sukarman Hadi Jayaputra for a great explanation about the NTGM supplement.
Of your research, sometimes it's confused. Aedes aegypti is not a fly, it's not lalat, right? It's a mosquito. So I think you can change your title. Instead of flies, you can use mosquito larva. Okay. Okay, can you show me your slide again, Miss Nur Fitriani?
Mungkin Pak, karena berhubung jaringan di sini sedang ini Kak bermasalah karena sedang banyak kegiatan gitu ya.
Okay, secondly, I want to comment. Maybe you can show your data, your result with a table or a chart so we audience can understand your result properly. If you show us a paragraph like this, we difficult to understand what you want to deliver it to us. Okay, I think that's the comment. And then from your paper, I think there's many typo to fix. Yeah. First thing first, from the abstract, you mentioned 45.4%. Nah, in the result, you showed in this slide 45.4%. But in your paper, you mentioned that 45.4 Celsius degree. It's fatal, yeah. I think there's a little typo, but it's a big damage, right? Okay. Okay. Can you show me the methodology? Okay. In the methodology, you say that you use acidity water tools. So I want to ask, do you do you make a calibration with your tools to measure the acidity of the water, Miss Nur Fitriani? Can you hear my question, Miss Nur Fitriani?
Can you repeat your asking for me?
Okay, for in your experiment, in your research, you use a tool to measure water acidity. So I ask you, are you calibrating? Do you calibrating your tools to measure the acidity of water?
Yes, the water acidity measuring instrument in power hydrogen was calibrated before use ensure accurate and reliable result.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay. You do calibration. You do calibrating. So you need to mention it on your paper. Okay. Mr. Igza, how many time left for me to give a comment? Can your mic on, Mr. Igza?
Yeah, 3 minutes for the give feedback to the presenter. Can you finish?
Is there any time for me to comment, or is it done?
3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes left for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Left.
Okay. I want to ask to Mr. Fitrani again because there are 3 time left for me to give a comment. In your paper, you not mention a confounding variable. So in your experiment, in your research, that there are many factors to there are so many factors that can make your result bias, such as confounding variable, such as temperature, and then kind of water resources. I think you need to mention the confounding variable from your research, so the data is less of bias. Okay, can you understand, Miss Nur Fitriani?
Iya, salah satunya saya.
So, in your research, in your paper, you need to fix the first is the title, and then the methodology. You can add with the calibrating of what you call hydrometer, yeah. Okay, and then you can mention about a confounding variable from your research. Okay, I think that's enough, Mr. Ikza. Thanks for the time. You can do the next presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your feedback to the presenter. And now we will next to the next presenter. The next presenter is Mr. Ida Bagusana Dinata.
Good afternoon. Is my voice
Okay.
clear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Is my voice clear?
Yes, you can start now your presentation.
Yeah, I'm actually joining with two devices. It's my first device can't do share screen. Is that okay? So if I share screen from this device, is that okay? And then I talk from this device instead. Right. I'll take that as an okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. My name is Ida Bagus Dana Dinata Diaksa from Udayana University. And then today I'm going to be presenting one of my research that I did in my undergraduate, which the title is The Role of Resilience and Grit in Burnout Among Employees of the Regional Financial Department of Tabanan Regency. Here are some of the brief introductions or background to my research. So regional government in Indonesia plays a central role based on Law number 23 of 2014 in managing public resources and delivering services to the community. And service delivery represents one of key indicators of government performances. So it's one of the indicators to indicate the performance of the government. And then high job demands in public services organization is widely associated with increased workload and stress. And from this increasing workload and stress comes excessive workload, and then it's identified as a major situational antecedent of burnout. And within a regional government structure, sorry, let me next this slide. Yep. Within the regional government structure, financial department hold a very strategic role as it is responsible for managing local revenue and expenditures, and hence it's also responsible for the regional budget by getting the taxes, the retributions, and also providing services such as tax services to the community. Next slide. Here are the 9 regions which obviously has their very own governmental organizations in Bali. So we have 9 regions in total. And then they have their very own governmental organizations and financial departments. And here are the revenues. So keep in mind these revenues are original local government revenue that they generate themselves from tax retribution, etc. And then as we can see, 3 of the top earning regions have 2 financial departments. So as you can see here, Badung, Denpasar, and Gianyar have 2 financial departments, and they have the highest revenue. And then the rest of the regions only have 1 financial department. So my argument here is by having 2 financial departments, it means that the workload can be shared effectively within those 2 departments, financial departments. But having only 1 financial department means that the workload will only affect 1 department as a whole. And this condition could bring excessive workload and resulting in burnout. And this particular research then chose Tabanan Regency as one of the region that only has 1 financial department. So we did a preliminary study that was conducted in Tabanan Regency, the financial department for specific, and the result shows that 90.47% of the workers are experiencing burnout. So that is our populations, and then this is the variables, the process of getting those 2 variables. So burnout are affected by 2 factors, situational and individual factors, and then this research only chose 2 variables from individual factors because it plays a crucial role in shaping employees' responses in prolonged job demands. And then here's some justification.
Mr. Ida, you have less than 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, here's my model, and then the major hypothesis, minor hypothesis. Here are the procedures that I'm doing. So sampling, preparation, stratified from 231 populations, and then N is 139 for the samples. And then here are the results. Let's go straight to the hypothesis. So HA is accepted, which is the joint effect of X1 and X2 to Y. So resilience and grit has a significant effect, joint effect, sorry, on burnout among employees. And then the minor hypothesis, so each of them individually, X1 and X2, has an effect as well on burnout. So here are the implications. Maybe you can read it from the screen because I have less than 1 minute left. So we have theoretical, practical, and managerial. Of course, in practical and managerial, consisted of doing trainings or workshops for the workers. And then the theoretical is actually really important because it contributes a lot on the individual factors or the individual resources that human being has in order to protect themselves with positive psychology. Recommendations, I also have some limitations that I provide for future research. So you can use different departments rather than financial departments or agency. And then you can use external determinants because this research only has internal factors. Yeah, I think that's it. Sorry for the really speedy presentations, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ida, for your presentation. It is a wonderful presentation. And then, participant, any question about the material? You can raise your hand. Any question about the material? Okay. Any question? Maybe the reviewer can give feedback to the presenter now.
Okay, thank you for Ida Bagus. I appreciate your amazing presentation. Okay, the slide is packed and then it's clear. But I want to ask one question. You called your instrument is self-developed instruments, right? Okay.
Yes.
So is there any validity test for your self-developed instruments?
Yes, thank you for the questions, Ms. Afifa. Yes, there are some validity and reliability tests, but when I developed those instruments, because actually it's quite interesting because it's quite a trending in my university that people in my on my classes they always develop some tests. I think it's becoming a trend, so that's hence all of us are developing our own questionnaires. And then for the pilot testing, I did it in the other financial department. So it's separated from Tabanan. So that's for the validity and reliability test. It is a governmental and financial department as well, but it's just separated from the populations. And then in the process of the development of the questionnaire, I also did some expert judgment. So it's the procedures. So I bring 9 expertise and 9 people that are expertise in those field to give points or to give calculations to my questionnaire. Is it good or not? And then based on that calculations, based on that recommendations, then I try to conclude my questionnaire to be used to the samples. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the answer. I think if you do the validity test, you can mention it in your paper. And for the reliability test, do you know Cronbach Alpha score?
Yes, I do. It's quite a long time since but I do.
Okay, so you can mention it in your paper. So
Right.
the reader not confused about your instrument is valid.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
I think that's enough. Thank you, Mr. Rikda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Afifa, for your feedback. And then the third presenter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I interrupt you, Mr. Iza. Mr. Ida, I read your paper. There is a mismatch in your table in the result for male and female, and in your paragraph. There's inconsistency. There is inconsistency. In the table, you mentioned that male 132 and the female is 17. Meanwhile, in the paragraph, you mentioned male 73 and female 76. I think you can explain to me, is that right or there is something wrong?
Yes, I think the paragraph is the correct one. I think the table is a bit mismatched. I think I will fix that. Thank you for the comments.
Okay, thank you.
Enough, Miss Habibah?
Yeah, that's enough, Mr. Riza. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and the next presenter is Miss Sarifah
Oh, sorry,
Wulandari.
sorry. I accidentally shared my screen. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Miss Sarifah Wulandari, are you ready for the presentation?
Hello, give me a second. I will share screen first.
Okay.
Okay, warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mr. Rizka for invite me to presentation. Good morning, everybody. It's privilege to me for the present my research at the first international conference on multidisciplinary engagement 2026. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sarifah Wulandari. I will present my study entitled Profile of Patient Diagnosed with Depression in Bandar Lampung in 2023, BPJS Kesehatan Sampel Data from 2024, a descriptive study. For the introduction, we have know that depression is a mental health condition characterized by ongoing feelings of sadness and diminished interest of pleasure in activities. According to World Health Organization, depression is a leading cause of disability worldwide, affecting over 264 million people. According to Riskesda survey, the prevalence of depression among individuals aged more than 50 years in Lampung province was 3.2%. It's lower than national prevalence rate of 6.1%. And then prevalence depression in Lampung province reached 20.646%, placing it among the top 6 province for the depression in Indonesia. So this study aims to describe the socio-demography profile of patient diagnosis with the depression in Bandar Lampung in 2023 using the BPJS Kesehatan data. For the research methodology, the study used a qualitative, observational, and then cross-sectional study using the secondary data. The data source was 2023 BPJS Kesehatan Sampel Data, and then we are include the patient with the ICD-10 code F32 for the depressive episode and F33
energy and clean water. Also, a public facilities such as sanitation and energy, like electricity and other alternative of providers for lighting and home use. High quality infrastructure can reduce costs, increase mobility, and drive economic growth, potentially lead to resilience and decimate regional disparities. So there are a few indicators, as we know. There is road and bridges, which sound road and bridges reflect regional connectivity and mobility, water and sanitation. The availability of these two improves public health and productivity, and also the energy. Access to electricity is crucial for modern economics, transformation, and daily life activities. Why I choose Nusa Tenggara? There are two: East Nusa Tenggara and West Nusa Tenggara, as we know as NTT and NTB, which both of these regions show extreme difference in economic growth. But as of my analysis, in general, both shows moderate to low growth indicate suboptimal economic performance. Meanwhile, specifically on infrastructures, NTT and NTB suffers uneven infrastructure provision. In NTT, road quality inaccessible, while in NTB, availability of public facilities is sufficient, such as clean water and electricity. The methodology I use for this research is a quantitative approach using statistical data interpretation, which the data I use is the Infrastructure Development Index composite I developed from several indicators and economic growth. The analysis involving tabulation data, presentation, and interpretation, which I use to form and reflect roads and bridges condition, public facilities, and economic growth. So the result of my research from the perspective in as of reflecting roads and bridges, there are several data. We can see that the percentage of prime road show a declining for the first 3 years, and then it increases for the past 3 years. So both regions showed a fluctuative patterns of prime road percentage, which decline for the first 3 years, and then the opposite for the next 3 years, both for NTT and NTB. As for the bridges, on the other hand, bridges in NTB showed declining trends, indicate ongoing circle of repairs and damage. However, both of this percentage is high enough to support the economic activities in the both regions. There is also public facilities, which are composite of 3 different indicators, such as clean water access, clean sanitation access, and electricity access. Despite of its gap for the clean water access in NTT and NTB, it shows significant difference, but both indicate increasing trend patterns in the last 5 years. For the sanitation, they provide fluctuative trends for both NTT and NTB, but also reflect close percentage. And for the electricity access, the trend patterns is increasing for NTT, but also with a significant difference in both regions. The gap in every indicators are attributed to budget constraint for asset management, rapid population growth, and unique characteristic of each region itself. There are two main results. For the Infrastructure Development Index, according to IP, NTB experienced a decline in 2021 and 2022 before recovering. Meanwhile, NTT showed a consistent upward trend over the past 4 years, despite having a lower overall value. As for economic growth trend, NTB show fluctuative patterns, while NTT maintain an increase in trends over the last 4 years. But both regions exhibit positive growth overall, which indicate increase in productivity, even with periodic declines. So as for conclusion, there is the role of infrastructures, in which there are 4 main role affects economic performance. It can be like competitiveness, it can form a sustainability, and it's also important in initiating empowerment toward a human resource poverty reduction, employment, and labor abstraction, which are aligning to sustainable development goals. So the conclusion of my research, infrastructure quality in NTT and NTB fluctuates but generally shows improvement. The clear gap in public facilities showed that NTT is consistently trailing NTB. As for the IP, the NTB IP is declined before recovery, while NTT IP show consistent growth over the year, reflecting varying infrastructure development trajectories. Both regions shows positive though volatile economic growth, highly infrastructure contribution, which is not yet optimal. And then as for my recommendation for future infrastructure development, they need to target and prioritize remote areas and align with SDGs for infrastructure performance. So that is all from me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The moderator, thank you for the time you have given.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. We now open the floor for question. Baik, monggo Bapak Ibu. Mungkin ada yang mau bertanya.
Saya ini tidak termasuk dalam 6 enggak.
Oke,
Itu
Mbak Ria.
harus dipasang.
Halo, Mbak Ria.
Di bawah.
Ini
Baik,
tulisannya nyala
Bapak.
lagi nih, Mbak.
Boleh Bapak, monggo.
Ya gitu ya Bapak Ibu ya.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Ria atas kesempatannya. Pak Alam Sasikit ya. Ini terkait dengan penelitiannya tentang kualitas infrastruktur tadi yang di NTB dan NTT ya. Ya betul ya, kalau tidak salah ya Pak Sikit ya. Halo,
Agit,
suara saya
Pak Agit. Agit.
Oh, panggilannya Pak Agit. Oke.
Iya.
Oh
Oke
iya.
Pak, saya penasaran dengan impact infrastruktur quality di NTT dan NTB. Kalau misalkan hasil penelitian itu, kita kan memang sedang dalam kondisi yang pelik ya, ketika melihat berita-berita terkait dengan perang dan sebagainya. Ketika kita bicara tentang impact dari kualitas infrastruktur di NTB dan NTT itu, kalau misalkan kita bicara tentang economic performance, itu kira-kira di SDGs berapa ya bisa terangkat ya itu kalau kita bicara tentang infrastruktur quality-nya. Paling tidak kita bicara dengan hasil penelitian ini mungkin 2-3 tahun ke depan apakah ada potensi untuk lebih baik misalkan. Gitu.
Jadi kalau berbicara soal SDGs ya Pak ya, kalau menurut saya sih dari beberapa indikator yang saya gunakan kan ada tadi ya indikator yang mengaitkan tentang bersih dan sanitasi layak itu kan sudah berkaitan dengan SDGs Pak. Namun dari apa yang menjadi temuan dalam penelitian saya, kita bahwa NTT ini, NTT dan NTB ini masih ada perbedaannya signifikan dari keduanya. Meskipun dalam teks infrastruktur fisik di jalan dan jembatan NTB itu mengalami ketertinggalan, namun dijelaskan pula bahwa di NTB itu public facilities seperti clean water, akses air bersih dan penerangan menggunakan listrik itu masih sangat terbatas, sehingga hal ini menunjukkan bahwa memang ada ketertinggalan di kedua wilayah ini, sehingga kemampuan mereka untuk meningkatkan produktivitas itu juga sangat terbatas. Belum lagi mengingat bahwa infrastruktur dalam konteks jalan dan jembatan itu kan sangat penting apabila kita kaitkan if we connect konektivitas antar wilayah ya. Kalau kita berbicara masalah konektivitas antar wilayah, ini kan juga sangat penting dengan mengingat bahwa bagian dari kegiatan ekonomi adalah produksi yang melibatkan output dan input, sehingga apabila konektivitas ini menjadi suatu kendala, maka biaya transportasi kemudian biaya produksi akan lebih banyak dibandingkan wilayah yang konektivitasnya memang lebih baik. Kemudian dalam penelitian saya juga menjelaskan bahwa sebenarnya dampak infrastruktur ini sangat penting untuk mengurangi kemiskinan melalui penciptaan lapangan kerja, melalui bagaimana kemudian infrastruktur itu dapat menyerap tenaga kerja ke berbagai sektor, membangun sektor-sektor yang kemudian akan menciptakan lapangan kerja sendiri, yang kemudian ini dapat kita kaitkan dengan SDGs 1, SDGs 3, yang mana kehidupan sehat dan sejahtera. Tentu saja ya, kalau ada air bersih, ada sanitasi layak, itu semua akan berdampak juga pada kesehatan. Kemudian dampak lain yang bisa kita kaitkan dengan SDGs adalah 8, yakni pekerjaan layak dan pertumbuhan ekonomi. Kemudian jikalau tidak menciptakan infrastruktur yang baik, itu akan berkaitan dengan SDGs yang secara jelas inovasi dan infrastruktur itu adalah bagian penting dalam tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Nah, dalam hal lain seperti konsumsi dan produksi yang bertanggung jawab, mungkin itu butuh waktu yang cukup lama, mengingat bahwa kehidupan layak saja masih merupakan suatu tantangan bagi beberapa wilayah di NTB dan NTT. Ya, mungkin seperti itu gambaran umumnya dari penelitian saya ya Pak Fahmi.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Alam Sakit. Mungkin itu cukup dari saya, Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Fahmi.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Fahmi atas pertanyaannya. Untuk Bapak Alam Syah-Akid,
For this research, I use the theory from Culpeper. According to Culpeper, impoliteness can be divided into several types. For example, Bacon record positive impoliteness, negative impoliteness, and sarcasm. These categories help us understand how people use language to attack or offend others, either directly or indirectly. Now, let's move to the methodology. This study uses qualitative descriptive methods. The data were taken from 2 videos of USS with podcasts on YouTube. In total, I analyzed 30 utterances, the content in politeness strategies. Then I classify them based on Culpeper skills. So this is the findings, the types of impoliteness. Okay, from the analysis, I found 4 types of impoliteness strategies. They are bad on record, positive impoliteness, negative impoliteness, and sarcasm. So now I will give a few examples so it's easier to understand. First, but on record. This is when the speaker says something directly and clearly offensive. For example, in the podcast, there is an expression like, lu siapa, norak lu. So this is very direct and it is clearly attack the hearer. Next, the second, positive impoliteness. This is when the speakers damages someone's social identity. For example, when the speaker says something like, kalau jadi capres Meksiko, blah 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 blah, in a joking way. It can make the other person look strange or inappropriate. Third, negative impoliteness. This usually insult or humiliates someone. For example, there is an utterance compare someone to an animal, like calling them, monyet. This is clearly offensive and mean to insult. And the last one is sarcasm. This is when the speaker says something that sounds polite or funny, but actually has a mocking meaning. For example, gak ada yang peduli sama Yudisia. It sounds casual, but actually it is mocking the person. So from this example, we can see the impoliteness in the podcast can be direct, indirect, or even in a joking form. Okay, so as a conclusion, this study show that impoliteness is very common in podcast communication. The most dominant type is but on record, which means the speakers tend to speak directly and sometimes in harsh way. This reflects how communication in digital media is becoming more open, direct, and sometimes less polite. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much for the presenter. We continue to the next session is answer and question. For all of the audiences who has question, please write your questions in the
Mbak Delia,
I'm sorry. Yes.
is there any
Yes,
do
sir.
you see any shift or change about politeness between, for example, not between actually, after, for example, after Indonesian Reformation until now? I mean, about the standard of politeness in Indonesia.
Oh, ada standard impoliteness in Indonesia, sir.
Ya,
Can I explain in Indonesian, sir?
boleh, silakan.
Oke, jadi menurut setelah saya setelah saya meneliti dari podcast itu dan saya juga compare ke beberapa influencer atau orang-orang terkenal di Indonesia, standar impoliteness di Indonesia
Suaranya nggak kedengaran.
lebih ke but on recordnya, sir. Itu sebabnya makanya menurut saya itu kalau di Indonesia itu terlalu sensitif untuk membahas tentang impoliteness atau ketidaksantunan seperti itu, Sir.
Oke, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and the answer. Now we continue to the next presenter, Miss Ummu Zahra.
Okay, may I share my PPT?
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Ummu Zahra. I'm in 6th semester of undergraduate guidance and counseling from State University of Surabaya. And my research is the role of asuh parenting as preventive strategy for adolescent identity diffusion. So, adolescence is a crucial development period which individuals begin to form and develop their self-identity. Based on Erikson, adolescence is on identity versus role confusion. But I find that some adolescents struggle to explore their identities or known as identity diffusion. So identity diffusion is when someone or individual can explore and doesn't have commitment for their life choices. And then the asuh concept, this is rooted in the ideas of Ki Hajar Dewantara, which is local wisdom-based educational approach that integrates cognitive, affective, and social aspect to support optimal development and adolescent identity formation. So this is the asuh concept as a preventive strategy for the adolescent to develop their identity. And the purpose of this study is to analyze the synthesis various empirical findings regarding how parenting practice that integrate aspect of cognitive development, which is asa, affection, which is asi, and guidance is asu, contribute to process of adolescent identity formation. So the method that I use in this research is systematic literature review, which is the systematic method to collect, evaluate, and synthesis relevant studies. This is use Prisma, is preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. The step is define research question and then search the article and then screening and then eligibility or full text of the articles and then include the criteria and then the final step is analysis and synthesis. Okay, I'm using systematic literature review to identify, evaluate, and synthesis research regarding the role of the asuh parenting approach as a preventive strategy against identity diffusion among adolescents. It was chosen because it can produce a comprehensive and systematic synthesis of scientific evidence from various previous studies. And the results and discussion is in the educational context, I find in
In studies by Mulyani et al. 2024 and Rahma 2020 demonstrate that the integration of ASA ASI ASO contribute to the development of students' character, including the empathy, discipline, responsibility, tolerance, and adaptability. And similarly, research by Apriantika 2024 highlights that these values of Asa Asi Aso align with feminist pedagogy, where ASA promotes critical thinking and ASI fosters empathy and ASU support empowerment-based education. And from social cultural perspective, studies by Susanti and Koswara 2019 and Sugiarka 2025 show that ASA ASI ASU function as a social foundation, strengthens harmony, mutual respect, and cultural adaptation without losing identity. And in the parenting context, especially, Mahesa et al. 2020 and Febrianti et al. 2025 emphasize that Asa Asi Asu is closely related to effective parenting practice. And Konita in 2026 underline the importance of parental supervision and value-based parenting in preventing deviant behavior through consistent moral and spiritual guidance.
Okay,
So-
I'm sorry, Miss, but the time
Yes?
is up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for all of your attention. Forgive me for all of my mistakes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. Okay, now we continue to the next session, question and answer. For all the audiences who has question, please write your questions in the chat box. Okay, I'm so sorry because there's no question. We can continue to the next presenter. Rafitro Bagus Ersawardana. I'm so sorry for Mr. Rafitro Bagus Ersawardana. Time and place are for you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is the presentation have
sekali ya di bagian metode itu. Kemudian juga justifikasi jumlah sampel. Kemudian ya itu sih kalau saran saya dijelaskan gitu. Kemudian di
bagian discussion ya, pembahasannya juga bagus, cukup kuat, analitis dan terintegrasi dengan hasil itu pengelompokan 5
Recording in
cluster ya,
progress.
untuk menunjukkan kedalaman analisis dan kemampuan sintesis yang bagus ya. Kesimpulan juga konsisten dengan temuan, juga memberikan implikasi kebijakan yang jelas dan aplikatif, terutama dalam konteks reformasi institusi dan pengembangan CPLS ya. Literatur mutakhir sih ya, mutakhir mayoritas di atas 2020, juga berasal dari jurnal-jurnal yang bereputasi.
Mohon maaf Bapak, untuk waktunya sudah habis.
Oh ya sebentar, ini saya kasih saran dulu ya. Saya kasih saran. Coba nanti ini Mbak Kamila ya ditambahi penambahan visualisasi metodologi ya. Misalnya diagram alur biar ini lebih menarik ya. Biar lebih menarik. Diagram alur seleksi literaturnya itu seperti apa. Kemudian penajaman kontribusi teoritis secara eksplisit ya di bagian akhir. Mungkin juga penyertaan
Mangbin flour has strong potential as a functional fortifier for yogurt. However, further studies are still needed to evaluate its bioactivity and health effects more deeply. This is especially important for its possible roles in cardiovascular health and metabolic benefit. Yeah, that's all of my presentation. I think it's the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mulia Safrida, for your insightful presentation. We now open the floor for question. Is there any question? Ms. Kartina.
I have a question to Mulia Safrida Sari. Maybe you can explain the reason why did you choose Mangbin for the fortification? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kartina, for your question. We select Mangbin flour due to its high protein content and then balance of amino acid, and then presence of bioactivity compound as antioxidant. And then additionally, Mangbin is widely available and then cost effective and suitable for functional food development. I think like that, Ms. Kartina. Thank you for question. Ms. Nabila.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Next, my pleasure to invite Miss Anandasa Pilu Hussein from Universitas Brawijaya. You have only 5 minutes to deliver your presentation. The time is yours.
Well, okay, thank you, moderator. My name is Danu Pranoto. I'm a part of Mr. Ananda Sabil Hussein research collaboration. Then, in this happy occasion, my colleagues Labita Kanza and I will explain the research we have conducted on Ecolabel Cafe consumer behavior. Okay, Labita, are you ready to present our research now?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, all right. The time and screen are yours, Labita.
Okay, thank you so much, Danu, for the time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all respected reviewers and participants. Before I begin, I'd like to ask with a few questions real quick. So the first question would be, how many of you here that enjoys drinking coffee? You may raise your hand with the Zoom feature. I'll raise my hand. I enjoy coffee. All right, thank you. And the next question, how many of you here cares about the environmental sustainability? You may raise your hand. All right, thank you. And the last question would be, how many of you here that has actually choose a cafe because it's sustainability rather than its price? Okay, no one. Okay, so thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what happens here is for many of us, sustainability does actually matters, but it doesn't always translate into our actual behavior. And that gap between what we care about and what we actually do is exactly this research tries to understand. So today, I will present a study titled Explaining Ecolabel Cafe's Behavioral Intention Through Green Skepticism, Perceived Value, and Attitude. Okay, next. So, environmental sustainability has become a major global concern, and it's increasingly influenced consumer behavior. And in response, the food and beverage industry has started adopting sustainable practices, including the emergence of ecolabel cafes that emphasize waste reduction, sustainable sourcing, and environmental responsibility. So basically, sustainability is no longer just a trend, it is becoming part of how people make decisions. And in Indonesia itself, the number of ecolabel cafes is growing rapidly. Interestingly, not all consumers respond the same way. Some people are very supportive, while others are still hesitant. So therefore, understanding what actually drives people's intention to visit these cafes becomes very important. Understanding behavioral intention becomes crucial to support the long-term growth of sustainable businesses. Next. Despite increasing environmental awareness, consumers do not always act consistently with their values. And one possible reason is green skepticism, where consumers stop environmental claims due to concerns about greenwashing. At the same time, we also don't know, is it the value they perceive or their attitude toward the environment that plays a bigger role in shaping their consumer intention. Additionally, research focusing specifically on ecolabel cafes in emerging markets like Indonesia is still limited. Next. So this is the conceptual model. This study integrates three key variables: green skepticism, green perceived value, and the green attitude with the following hypothesis like this. Next. Before moving to the research method, I would like to briefly explain how each variable was measured. Okay, we move on to the research method. So this study used a quantitative approach. We collected data from 100 respondents who are familiar with ecolabel cafes using a Likert scale questionnaire and analyzed it using multiple linear regression. And the results are... So, the R-square value is 0.739, which means that approximately 73.9% of the variance in behavioral intention is explained by the model. This indicates a relatively strong explanatory power for consumer behavior research. The model is also statistically significant with F equals to 91.319 and p-value less than 0.001, which means that all independent variables together significantly influence behavioral intention. And the most interesting part is green skepticism shows a negative coefficient, but it is not statistically significant, with p-value of 0.756, which is greater than 0.05, so hypothesis 1 is not supported. While green perceived value has a significant positive effect with p-value less than 0.001, this means that the higher the perceived value, the stronger the behavioral intention. And last but not least, green attitude has the strongest effect among all variables, as indicated by the highest beta coefficient. This suggests that the personal values plays a major role in influencing behavior. Next. Moving on to the discussion. So first, green skepticism does not significantly affect behavior. This may be because skepticism is not directly translated into behavior. Consumers may question or doubt environmental claims, but instead of rejecting the cave, they may choose to experience it themselves to verify those claims. And through this direct experience, their behavioral intention is then shaped more strongly by perceived value and attitude rather than the skepticism alone. From a psychological perspective, this reflects the critical domain where consumers may question or sorry,
and aluminum and oxygen. Then these are the pore inside. Now it is analcime, as I said before. Then from aqueous solution, you can see cobalt now. There is what we call ion exchange. There is the ion exchange between sodium and cobalt. So this is just the overall mechanism of what is happening there. In conclusion, is that zeolite was successfully synthesized using this hydrothermal method, and then we saw the effective removal of cobalt from aqueous solution. Then the optimum performance was at the pH 6 with higher adsorption capacity, and adsorption follows the pseudo-second order kinetics and front leg isotherm. All from here, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, you are warmly welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kak Sadullah Said, for the insightful presentation. Okay, we now open the floor for question.
Ya, Assalamualaikum, Mr. Sadala Said. Your tema is very interesting. Mr. Sadala?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can call me Sadala or Said nih.
Oh, itu by Said Sadallah.
You stay in Makassar?
Yeah, I'm living in Makassar. Hasanuddin.
Makassar.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. In Hasanuddin, how long? Di Makassar.
This is my second year. It's one year and sometimes, but in August it will be 2 years now.
Okay. This topic is very nice and interesting because this apa ya? In Indonesia itu membahas pencemaran lingkungan. Do you understand pencemaran lingkungan?
I really don't understand.
Oh yes. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Your topic is very nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, moderator.
Oke, thanks Kak Saudara Said. Bagaimana, apakah sudah cukup? Oke, sekali lagi terima kasih Kak Saudara Said. Oke, lanjut. Finally, I would like to invite our 10 presenter, yaitu Kak Steviani Yolanda. Halo Kak Steviani Yolanda.
Okay, hello. Could you hear me?
Oke, yes,
Okay, I would like to directly share my screen, right?
yes.
Okay. Could you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, I see.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Create and maintain a beautiful environment and surrounding which to live, Brian Maker. The proliferation of restaurant innovation
the minimum distance of its code. Next, to evaluate code performance, the concept of having distance, weight and having distance as the number of non-zero component are in a code word, while the having distance as the number of position which two code word different. Since the code word is linear, the minimum distance can be obtained from the minimum weight out of non-zero code word. This minimum distance has the code capability to detect and correct error. The results show a significant difference between two generator matrices. For the generator G1, achieve a minimum distance of 3 and allowing to detect 2 error and 1 correct error. In contrast, the second generator G2 yield a minimum distance of 2, enabling to detect only 1 error with no error correction capability. The research indicates that even when the types of element remain the same, the difference of the values with the generator matrix lead to significant variation in code performance. In conclusion, the construction of linear codes over GR2 power 3 leads to different performance depend on the generator matrix used. The key insight of the even when the element types are preferred, change in the generator value can still alter the linear structure and significance impact performance. The highlight that the choice generator matrix is a key factor of planning optimal codes. For the future works, the research can be extended by developing the construction method that achieve higher minimum of distance. Thank you very much for the attention, and I'm so sorry for the problem I caused before.
Well, that is such a great presentation from Brother Arif, bro. And now, I open the floor for question to discuss. Is there any question to discuss, everyone? If there is no, I will welcome Miss Nadia. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Nurfalis. Menarik sekali, Mr. siapa ya tadi ya?
Arif.
Ya, Mr. Arif. Sepertinya risetnya Mr. Arif ini riset lanjutan dari judul Linear Food Analysis ya, yang sebelumnya itu sudah dijelaskan oleh rekannya. Yang mau saya tanyakan di sini, Mr. Arif masih ada di sini, Mr. Arif?
Yes, I am.
Ya, Mr. Arif, di hasil penelitian Mr. Arif itu menunjukkan bahwa matriks generator pertama itu menghasilkan minimum Hamming distance sebesar 3. Nilai 3 ini kan memungkinkan koreksi atau satu kesalahan gitu ya. Namun mengingat GR2 memiliki 8 elemen dan menawarkan struktur aljabar yang lebih kaya. Nah, kira-kira berapa batas atas teoritis minimum distance yang dapat dicapai dalam ring ini, dan mengapa eksplorasi yang Mr. Arif lakukan itu hanya dibatasi pada 2 matriks generator saja? Kenapa tidak melakukan eksplorasi secara menyeluruh untuk menemukan kode yang paling optimal? Mungkin itu yang bisa saya tanyakan, Mr. Arif.
Yes, thank you for that question. I'll answer with bahasa ya.
Yes, please.
Jadi kenapa saya eksplor di 2/3 itu karena dari code yang biasa digunakan yang linear, enggak, biasanya kan menggunakan biner data 0, sampai 1. Nah, di sini saya menggunakan dari 0 sampai 8 agar bisa apa namanya, masuk ke yang non binary. Jadi bisa dipakai buat ya mempermudah atau mempersingkat code yang harusnya dipakai. Misalkan ada kalau biner itu kan antara 0 sampai 1 itu ada kombinasi angkanya sendiri dari 0 sampai 1 dalam biner. Nah, itu bisa diganti dengan angka biasa 0 sampai 8. Jadinya itu bisa mempersingkat code-nya dan bisa lebih fleksibel dan jadinya lebih kaya ya, seperti yang saya bicarakan sebelumnya.
Ya, apakah hasil yang dengan menggunakan atau mempersingkat code tadi itu bisa, maksud saya itu apakah hasilnya itu bisa optimal? Karena kan jika apa namanya riset Mr. Arif ini bisa dilakukan pencarian secara menyeluruh, itu mungkin akan bisa dihasilkan hasil yang paling optimal gitu. Jadi tidak hanya terbatas pada 2 code saja atau 2 matriks saja begitu. Mungkin mungkin saran saja dari saya untuk penelitian selanjutnya. Ini sudah oke menurut saya, Mister. Cuman untuk penelitian selanjutnya mungkin bisa pakai algoritma optimasi untuk melakukan pencarian secara menyeluruh sehingga hasilnya itu bisa lebih optimal. Itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Well, thank you so much for the all presenter who have already delivered your research so well. Before we close, is there anyone who hasn't I called yet? It's probably there is a new presenter here. No one. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. Thank you for participating in this international conference in Tome 2026. But before I close, later on it will be announced for the best presentation, for the best speaker later on. Officially, it will be announced later. Before we close, we are going to the next agenda, the most important agenda, which is taking a picture together. Well, everyone, Can you open your mic, everyone? Let's take a picture together. Nice. Okay, I'm waiting for you all, everyone. All right, wait a minute. Let's wait for Rizky. Can you open your cam? All right. And the first incoming official. Okay. Let's take a picture together. I will count it 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Good job. Great. Before I close, is there any addition from Miss Nadia?
I think enough, Mr.
All right. If there is no addition from Miss Nadia, I repeat it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone, for your presentation, and thank you for joining in Incoming 2026. And have a good luck and bye bye. Waiting for the best speaker.
Sorry, I want to ask something. Is there any agenda or we have done? Moderator?